The best thing about music is that it is the commonality that brings people together.
Humans of the world combine, oh, the trees are dancing intertwine, oh, the seas are singing secrets I will never tell no one. Together,
But the most powerful ways to transform our society are those that are deeply embedded in joy, generosity, and our visions for how we want to live.
We're catalyzing our ability to move through this pivotal moment on Earth.
We can develop a story of sustainability that's based on a meta vision that will lead us to our highest aspirations and the highest ways in which we can connect with ourselves and connect with each other.
The sound of human spirit made manifest in human conversation.
I would say the benefit is that you start coming home to yourself, coming home to each other, and coming home to the planet.
The best thing about music is that it is the commonality that brings people together.
humans of the world combine.
Earth, that we are all part of one Earth. And I want to welcome Lindsay Friedman.
Thank you, Lisa. I am so humbled by the work that we did here yesterday, by the connections, by the conversations that we had with worldwide artists who gave their time and their love to be here and talk about the work that is needed to support people, to support global people. It is really an honor to join you. And for those of you who don't know Lisa Pavati yet, Lisa is the founder of the Eco-Conscious Music Alliance and also the Sustainable Living Guide. She is a visionary, a heart-centered activist with decades of experience catalyzing change-making initiatives to serve the earth and the communities around the world. It's really a pleasure to be here with you today, Lisa. And I'm very excited about the artists that will be joining us today, the visionaries, the activists, speakers. Such an honor.
Such an honor. It's going to be a really powerful day here. And, you know, wherever you are around the world, we're going to have some really juicy happenings. And you might want to have some space to move, maybe some art supplies, perhaps a journal. Feel free to sing. It's going to be really special. We're going to be bringing on Mitten shortly, who's going to be sharing some sacred chant with us to all participate in. We have a very experiential day coming up. It's going to be deeply transformational on a personal and collective level. And we could not be more honored and excited to share it with you. And wherever you are in the world, we want to invite you to be commenting on our thread. Let us know where you are, how you're doing today. What is your vision for a world in harmony? We're going to keep coming back to that. What does that look like on a personal, on a local, on a global level? What are we co-creating as we live love in action? We are uniting through music and arising in action together.
I love it. I love the love in action. You know, yesterday we were graced with the presence of Natalie Rise on our stage, first and foremost. And One Love in Action was the theme that she brought through her music. And it's the theme that we saw all day long, that it's not enough to just say one love. It's not enough to just say it, but then what next? Let's do it. And that is the core foundation of the Eco-Conscious Music Alliance. What is next? We come together for music because music is human, because music is our heartbeat. Music is what we live for and it brings us together. But then what is next? Let's use this energy. Let's catalyze, let's motivate, let's work together, and let's do the work to create a better future for everybody, because so many people have been left behind. And especially in these pandemic times, we're seeing so clearly the issues that already were present in our globe. Really clearly, people who have been impacted are more impacted. And what the One Earth Live Festival is doing is asking us to come together to raise money for those who have been impacted by COVID. So if you can make a donation, you visit the One Earth Live website and you can give directly to an artist, any artist of your choice. You can type in Eco-Conscious Music Alliance there as well. You could also give to a general COVID fund, and all of those donations are worthwhile donations, and we thank you so much. Before we bring on Mitten, I just wanted to let people know about all of the artists and speakers that will be on our stage today, and then I will turn it over to Lisa, who will be meeting with Mitten here in just a moment. So after Mitten, we will be joined by Nako, J. Ross Pirelli, Fox Red Sky, Cody Blackbird, then Jai Uttal, and then Heidi Little, Sahida Apsara, and Michael Franti. I don't think I missed anybody, but if I did, I'll be back to own that. And so I'm going to bring Mitten in to the Zoom room. And Lisa, thank you so much.
Thank you, Lindsay.
Hey, there you go.
Hello, welcome. Can't see you yet, but I can hear you.
You cannot see me, but that's not a problem.
Hey, there you are. Lovely to connect with you. Welcome. Thank you so much for being here.
Happy to be here, darling. You know, I'm happy to be anywhere now at my age. So, you know, how are you doing? What are we going to do?
Oh my goodness. Well, coming together today, our focus has been in co-creating love in action. We spoke earlier about that love transformation space, about centering inside us, and what is that place of love within us that we can connect with deeper and brighter each and every moment. So I'm so honored and excited to be starting the stream today with you. I want to just take a moment to thank you and honor and acknowledge, for those of you who might not yet be familiar, although there are a few of you, with Mitten. He is an internationally acclaimed and beloved kirtan leader, musician, holder of sacred space, and transformational light that has touched so many people all around the world and help us come into a centered space of sacredness and depth, of serenity, with love blossoming. And I could not be more honored and excited to be starting our day together here, our live stream together here, Mitten. Welcome. And from Costa Rica, how is the jungle today?
Love in the jungle. I'm totally this jungle. And we fell on our feet, me and David. We were down here for some programs and lockdown happened. And so we felt like, well, where do we want to be? And we were looking at ourselves sitting in this jungle and felt like, you know what, let's just stay. So we've been here now for the last 3 months almost, I think. Yeah, we've been down ever since the lockdown. I don't even know. I'm too sure about timing. But the thing that kept us really anchored is that we've been going online every day for the last 68 days. And we've been sharing with like at least 4,000 in the moment every day. And so and then at the end, it's another 50,000 overnight. And we have this feeling of we're a really solid Buddha field. We're really like this global chant sangha, and we can sit together in a silent space and we can feel the pulse of the heartbeat of the community. It's been amazing. So without the lockdown, that would never have happened. Deva and I were scheduled to be on the road down in South America right now. We cancelled we had to cancel everything. But so, we're like everybody else, finding our way and our balance in the new paradigm. And I don't see us going back. So, I don't see what the future is, but I don't see us going back. So it's, a very interesting and mysterious and creative time for all of us.
That's right. And I think sacred chant and music helps us attune into that space where we are the conduit for the sacred to unfold. And And
the thing that happened for me with music and the mantras is that I saw them, and I still now see them as a key. It's a key to unlock the door into our own interior sanctuary, and we can access that by chanting these mantras. That's my experience. And now, after sharing them for so long, I didn't really, when I came to Osho in the 70s, in the late 70s, I didn't really know anything about mantras. The only mantra I kind of knew was that George Harrison was chanting mantras, and it made me as a young man look up and want to find out what the Hare Krishna people were doing, the ISKCON people, and because I saw them in London, they would groove down Oxford Street, and I liked it, but I felt a kind of kinship. But it wasn't for much later when I kind of took the jump and left the music business and left my family and found my way to Osho, Bhagwan Sri Rajneesh. And Bhagwan just taught me how to meditate. He taught me what sacred music is. And along that journey in the ashram is where I met Deva. You know.
What a beautiful unfolding.
Yeah, it's been a very beautiful unfolding. That was 30 years ago when we met, and you know, I wasn't singing then. She was 20-year-old body worker. She was doing shiatsu and reflexology and studying massage there in the ashram. And, but we found the power of sacred music. You know, mantras weren't a big deal. Kirtan was not a big deal in Osho's ashram. We had it once a week, but he was very keen on us making music. What's your music? Is it reggae? Okay, play. You know, you be you. Don't you don't have to be anybody else here. You can here to find out who you are. And you know, to tell you the truth, before I arrived there, I had no concept of that. You know, I didn't know who I was. You know, I just knew I wasn't happy. You know, and so that whole journey into discovering who I am was all the years with Osho and exploring on the edge, you know, the pulse of life. And through that, the music came back. And then I met Deva, and then I realized the power of music, and that's why I'm sitting here talking to you, because I know that you understand what I'm talking about.
We live there, absolutely. For those who are joining us around the world and feeling into this space where meditation and music and the sacred and transformation all come together and unite us as one, do you want to say something about how does that happen? What is that space?
Well, it's better not to ask that question.
Okay.
Mysterious phenomenon. It's a mysterious phenomenon. We know that sound affects us. You know, we know that a sound of a police siren is going to create a certain emotional response in the body, same as if a child's laughter will. So we know our bodies, that we physically react and respond to sound. But what we found out is that mantras are refined sound bites. So they're actually scientifically discovered where what sounds create what reaction in the body mind organism. And so without really knowing that, we really started to, well, Deva was born with the mantras. Her parents were chanting it, the Gayatri mantra at birth, and she chanted it all through her childhood, you know. So she was, the Gayatri mantra is just in Deva's blood and bones, you know. And so when I came along later, and when I heard her singing, and I thought, well, I can help her, you know, because she wasn't a singer or she wasn't singing. So we together, I was coordinating the music in the ashram that evening, meditation music. So I would bring Deva in so she could practice on the mic and sing with everybody and get used to that. And that's where she discovered her voice in the ashram. You know? So we just knew that the music that we were making had to appear out of silence because the power is in the silence. It's not a party situation, or it's not a sexy, exciting kind of phenomenon. It's something else. It's beyond emotion. It's deeper than the emotion. You can't really emote a mantra. It's a bit like, you know, doing this and singing a mantra. It doesn't really have it, you know. But we discovered the silence, and so that's really what we've trusted ever since. We've just trusted that this music appears out of silence. It goes on a journey, and it takes the listener and the participation, the musicians, on a journey. And when we come to the end of that journey, the silence that we arrive at is deeper than the one we left, and that's how we go. So that's how we know there's power, you know, in chanting. We just experience it. It's not something to believe in. It's real, you know, and it's now 30 years on, you know, and it's still new every, like we've been, like I said, for last 68 days, we've played for an hour every day to our people. It's every time new. It's every time fresh, So that's how I know the power of it. The only thing I can say to people is if you haven't done it, it's one thing to sing a mantra, but it's another thing to actually adopt a mantra practice. That's the edge. That's the difference between a superficial connection with mantras and actually saying, wait a minute, what is this? What happens if I do some research and say, what is my mantra? What is my mantra? Let me find out what is my state of mind, where I am in my life, what do I need to support that, or how can I say thank you? All these things, they're possible with the mantra, they're all there. So then you say to yourself, okay, I'll make friends with this mantra and I'll chant it every night for 21 nights. I will make a commitment. And that's the difference between superficially enjoying the mantra and making a commitment. You make a commitment, something can happen. So that's my recommendation. Find a mantra. Once you had to go to India, have your guru whisper a mantra into your ear if you were lucky. And now you can Google mantras, so
And today we're so excited that you're going to be sharing mantra and meditation with us today. And I want to welcome you to share and guide us. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we're happy to do that. I'm going to ask David to come. We're going to chant the Shanamita
Wonderful.
peace mantra together in honor of your festival and in gratitude for being invited.
Thank you. We didn't know she was joining us. How wonderful.
You never know with Deva.
Hello, Deva. Thank you so much for being here. Namaste. Wonderful to see you.
Namaste. So this is our universal peace mantra for your gathering and for the planet and for the world and for humanity as we go through these new and exciting and mysterious times. The mantras are friends of ours and they support us. They are our friends. And this is a beautiful mantra. This is one of our friends. I'm going to sing it and chant a little higher tonight, I think. Sham no mitra, sham varuna, sham no bhavet varyamam, sham na indro brahaspati, sham no vishnu rukrama, namo brahmane, namaste vayu, tvamiva pratyaksham brahmasi. Tvamiva pratyaksham brahma vadasyami, ritam vadasyami, satyam vadasyami, tamavatu, tatvaktaram avatu, avatu mam, avatu vaktaram. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Sham no mitra, sham varuna, sham no bhavet varyamam, sham na indro brahaspati, sham no vishnu rukrama, namo brahmane, namaste vayu, tvamiva pratyaksham brahmasi, tvamiva pratyaksham brahma vadasyami, ritam vadasyami, satyam vadasyami, tamam avatu, tatvataram avatu, avatu mam, avatu vaktaram. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Sham no mitra, sham varuna, Sham no Bharadvayamam, Sham na Indro Brahaspati, Sham no Vishnu Rukrama, Namo Brahmane, Namaste Vayu, Twamiva Pratyaksham Brahmasi, Twamiva Pratyaksham Brahma Vadasyami, Ritam Vadasyami, Satyam Vadasyami, Tamam Avatu, Tatvaktaram Avatu, Avatu Mam, Avatu Vaktaram. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti.
Namaste.
You're mute. Did you go mute? Did you mute?
Thank you. We made everything very quiet throughout our team to come deep into that space. Thank you for the sound and the silence.
It's an honor. Thank you so much
you.
also for inviting us.
So grateful. I know you're sharing this on a regular basis for many, many days now. Where can people join you for more? This is just a tremendous offering.
Yeah, well, you can join on our Facebook site, on Instagram. You just go there, 2 o'clock Costa Rica time.
1 o'clock
So where are you?
Pacific time.
Pacific time is 1 p.m. We're 2 p.m. down here. So come join the Buddha field. It's so nice. You have the feeling of we're all connected together in real time. You know, it's
Magic.
Huh?
It's magic.
It's truly magic.
Okay.
Well, brightest heart blessings to you both. May the jungle blossom within and all around you. Thank you so much for sharing your sacredness and sounds with us today.
Thank you, Lisa. We're very happy to meet you.
Thank you. Love to you. Namaste.
Namaste.
And we will be right back.
The best thing about music is that it is the commonality that brings people together.
Humans of the world combine, oh, the trees are dancing intertwine, oh, the seas are singing secrets that will never tell no one. Together, together,
But the most powerful ways to transform our society are those that are deeply embedded in joy, generosity, and our visions for how we want to live.
We're catalyzing our ability to move through this pivotal moment on Earth.
We can develop a story of sustainability that's based on a meta vision that will lead us to our highest aspirations and the highest ways in which we can connect with ourselves and connect with each other.
The sound of human spirit made manifest in human conversation.
I would say the benefit is that you start coming home to yourself, coming home to each other, and coming home to the planet.
The best thing about music is that it is the commonality.
It's hard to find words after such a beautiful, deeply changing mantra by Deva and Mitten. What it's like your mouth stops working because the music takes you to a place where you are so far beyond the word, the simple word. And I really love the discussion of how different sounds change the body. And it's so true when you think not only are some sounds associated with experiences, but really just the sound itself, the frequency itself can impact the body. And so we know why music is so healing, certain sounds and certain music being so healing. Oh, I'm just really so beautiful and such a beautiful treat.
Truly, as we deepen in today with music as a catalyst for positive change, we find again and again that change starts within, and that vibration of love comes through, and then we bring that love into the world in our sounds and our words and our actions and our intentions. And our intention today, as we're gathering on the Eco-Conscious Music Alliance stage, is to invite our global community, our music-loving community, our earth community, to come together to create positive change in the world. And the Eco-Conscious Music Alliance is serving the planetary healing by co-creating community sustainability projects all over the world with music lovers, just like everyone watching and being part of our circle today, creating community resilience projects, pandemic response, climate action, and really coming together to embody the solutions that live in our hearts and our collective potency, our power together, our power with, as we stand together to bring forth a future that works for all and is thriving and beautiful.
Absolutely. And I cannot think of an artist that encapsulates that more than the power of Nako, who will be joining us here in just a few minutes. Nako is somebody who just wears his emotions so transparently and his healing, his journey of healing so transparently in a way that so many people can relate to, that it's become, his musical journey became a medicine tribe, not only for himself, but for everybody who comes to see his music and dance and engage. And it just has such a powerful message. And Nako is also somebody who doesn't just say one love, but does one love in action, and has been involved with so many wonderful activism projects. So I'm really excited to bring him in here next to talk about Eco-Conscious Music Alliance and to talk about his work and his new album. I want to encourage everybody who's joining us, as I know many people are joining us now to check out Nako on the stage, to let us know what your vision is. Eco-Conscious Music Alliance is here to support you. We're here to help you distill and create and make your community project, your community needs happen. So join us on our Facebook, Eco-Conscious Music Alliance. Come to our website, which is ema.earth, ema.earth. You can sign up and send us an email. Let us know what you need. We want to support you. We want to help you take this energy that brought you here. Why did you come here today? You came here for music. You came here because you're inspired. You came here because somebody planted a seed of music inside you, a little dream, and the music watered it, and the music was sunshine. And with your love and devotion, you have grown these roots, and we want to help you continue to water those seeds of intention and the needs for your community. We want to be a part of that. So please reach out to us and let us know what you need. If you're here on the Facebook page listening to us, type below and let us know. We're going to read and interact with you. We'll reach out to you. We want to journey with you where it is that you need to go.
One of the things that we're co-creating is community sustainability projects, helping with seed access and seed sovereignty, with food growing know-how and connections, and helping people come together. Even with social distancing, there's a huge amount that we can do online and safely to make sure that the food is growing, the earth is being cared for, the people are being cared for, and we have the power to live that love in action because we unite. Thank you for joining us.
We are so honored. So please make sure, if you are listening to the stream, wherever you're listening to it, take a moment, share it with your community, share it with your family. Let us be of service to you. This is what we are called to do. We are called to be of service to you. So please let us be part of your journey.
One of the things we've been talking about on the Eco-Conscious Music Alliance stage with people from all over the world is, what is it that your community needs? Is it food chain? Is it environmental justice? Is it water issues? Is it caring for elders? And those solutions can come out of the communities with the global support from Eco-Conscious Music Alliance. So we're really excited to be partnering with people all over the planet, wherever you are. And without further ado,
here we are to be joined by Nako. Just 1 second while I bring him here into the Zoom room. All right.
hello.
Hi, Nako.
Hey, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
You want it this way?
That would be awesome.
Uh,
This one would be cool too. Whatever's your preference, really.
I'm just, I'm a little sideways. I'm not going to lie.
Welcome.
Thank you, Nako, for joining us today. I know you've had a busy
Oh, yeah.
I was just enjoying your
Oh, good.
So
Thank you.
Thank you so much for those Sunday service blessings.
Hey, my pleasure. Thanks for tuning in.
It's been true upliftment during these difficult times. So
it's good. Wow.
I'm Lindsay, and this is Lisa. And I just
Hi.
Many of your fans are joining us, but for those who don't know who you are, I just want to give a short background bio for those who are just meeting you for the first time. And I'll introduce Lisa, and then I'll let you two have a discussion about love and activism.
Whee!
Nako is a musical storyteller, weaving adventures of self-discovery with powerful medicine songs, bridge cultural and emotional gaps in humanity. On his journey towards personal, spiritual, and social healing, Nako has reached the hearts of fans across the world. His recent album, Take Your Power Back, has absolutely flooded our senses with the passion of the journey from the wounded place to soul healing, resilience, growth, and perseverance. My personal favorite track, Garden, has, I see, reached 1 million Spotify streams already, which is amazing. It's just an honor to welcome you onto our Eco-Conscious Music Alliance stage today to talk about love and action activism.
Well, thank you.
Thank you so much. So good to be here. Lisa Pavati is the founder of the Eco-Conscious Music Alliance and the Sustainable Living Guide. She is a visionary, a heart-centered activist with decades of experience catalyzing change-making initiatives to serve the earth and communities around the world. Thank you so much. I look forward to your discussion, and I will see you shortly.
Thank you, Lindsay. Nako, how amazing to connect with you. Thank you so very much for joining us today. We are beyond thrilled to
thank you so
connect
much.
with you in that space of co-creation, deep, deep honor, love, and appreciation.
Thank you so much.
Well, as we're coming together on the One Earth Festival and here on the Eco-Conscious Music Alliance stage, our theme on this stage and in our organization is about uniting in music and arising in action. And you've been someone who has inspired us so much, being an iconic embodiment of this and waking up people all over the world. And I had the pleasure of my most recent show with you was in Austin with Natalie just a little while back.
Yeah.
And it was just so amazing to watch the room transform and see the power filling through people. And it was visible and it was tangible. And do you want to start in our conversation about music as a catalyst for power and healing, coming back to that space of unity with creation?
Mm-hmm. Are you asking to add to that? Is that what you're saying?
Anything you want to share on that? Absolutely.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. I think, I've been in this lane, in my own little lane of, telling my story and telling stories and sharing my ideals and my prayers, my mantras, my truths for a long time now. And it's been an incredible journey. And as I've been on it and become aware of myself greatly through this experience, I have witnessed immense healing, first and foremost within myself, and transformation, and then have seen that widely reflected across the world as I've traveled to these places and heard from people, whether I've been to their country or not. And I think there's a period of time where I was just sort of following my nose, and then I think even about 5 or 6 years ago, I started to see a bit differently, where I could really see the changes that were happening within the communities that the music was reaching. And so it's fascinating to be, a part of a global awareness within music, and how it has so many threads, to our life work. I mean, music glues so many things together. I mean, it helps us go so much deeper than perhaps we would be able to without it. And address, multiple things at one moment within a song. I mean, you can address grief and joy and sadness and, ecstasy and, and celebrate, all of that within, this moment of experience with a song, whether you're, in the live aspect of it, which of course is massive. And then, you're sitting in your bathtub singing the song. I don't know, wherever you're at, it's, it's doing its thing. And I've kind of given up trying to understand it, to be honest. I just marvel in it now, and I go like, well, this is pretty powerful, but yeah, I can second that, and say absolutely, music is a language that it seems we can all agree on, and a tool for servicing, ourselves and the planet. And if you look at our relationship with nature, as broken as it may be for a majority, and the revival and the making it cool again situation we're seeing of these truths, and when I bring these very common truths, these things that we've heard before, into my own unique way of saying it, we can then celebrate a new chapter of awakening, and it's really fun.
Yes, it is. It is amazing to be at this pivotal moment on the planet, recognizing that, the medicine coming through now, that we're standing in this moment as ancestors for the future, and what we co-create is the unfolding of the world that our children's children will live in, that the creatures of the earth will live in. I think this time where we've had a moment to step back from what some called normal and many of us called completely out of balance, and to step back and to go, okay, where do we want to recalibrate? What does that look like? I know the sacredness of the earth and the earth in balance is very dear to us. And as you envision, if you'd like to share about visioning the future story, what would you love to see unfolding when we're telling the story of these times 10 years out, a generation out, when we've moved back into a place of balance because of what we're doing together now? What might that story be? We're gonna go right there.
Let me see if I can find the right words.
Take your time. Thank you. Is that okay to ask?
Oh yeah, of course.
I think when we see the story, we can live into it, right?
Yeah, I mean, the potential that we have to live cohesively with nature and other beings in this dimension and beyond is so great. And I envision a future where we have access to technologies that have been buried, or rather are being used in shadow groups, and allow us to move away from fossil fuels, move away from these ridiculous practices, of course, that aren't sustainable. They're not regenerative. And, we have floating cities, we have floating cars, we have, again, I'm just saying, like, the free energy that is out there and available to us. It's just a matter of time. But the issue, of course, is, as it has always been, is who's in control of it, and how those resources are shared. Because, of course, historically, as we have seen, they have not been shared, and they have been used against us in this way, where we have to take our power back. So we're in this funny inflection point, it's not funny. I mean, it's kind of funny if you look at it like that. I always think things are funny that aren't funny. What I'm trying to say is that we are at an inflection point that, you know, it's so important to decide for yourself what kind of future you want to live in, like the future that's now. You know, don't think. I mean, think about your grandchildren's grandchildren, but think about, like, it's time to manifest it right now. You know what I mean? And I mean, it excites me to think of parallel universes, or it excites me to think about, you know, traveling through the web of quantum entanglement. It excites me to think about, you know, communicating from one star to another in like that. You know, it excites me to think about all the ways that we could evolve, like literally tomorrow, if we all got on the same page. It excites me to think of how creative we could be to, you know, what are we going to do with all these metal cars? You know, once we don't use fossil fuels, well, fuck, turn them into something dope. You know, make art out of them. You know, what are we going to do with whatever, all this Babylon crap? You know, like, well, we are so resilient. We are so creative. There's so many cool things we could do. And you know, we really could live in a world that is regenerative, that uses these amazing systems that restore what is taken, so that there is a balance, so that there's a circle of life. You know, it's totally possible. So yeah, that's the kind of future I want to live in tomorrow. I mean, that's just a little bit of it, but I'm down. I'm just waiting for them to give me a ship. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, I love the regenerative aspect. I think that's so crucial for us, right? That as we're re-enlivening, we're regenerating ourselves, we're coming into regenerative relationship with the earth. And what does it look like for our daily choices to be regenerative in our decisions, beyond respectful, right? Beyond returning thanks to the earth, but being regenerative and really embodying that, you know, that indigenous value of returning thanks. It's not something you say, it's something you do. And I know you're involved with a lot of amazing causes. Is there anything in particular that you'd like to talk about and bring people's awareness to?
sure, yeah. Well, you know, as it is such an interesting time for all of us, I've seen, and I think you've probably seen as well, there's plenty of you know, NGOs and indigenous.orgs that are, you know, continuing to power on through this crisis. But I'll just name a few of them that I continue to work with, and that we will still have stuff happening this year. I believe that there's an organization that we do a NACO scholarship with. It's for Indigenous youth. It's called Intertribal Youth. And what that focuses on is bringing together across this nation Indigenous kids at the top of their class, who don't have federal funding, and giving them an opportunity to meet other peers, and go to a summer camp with elders from many different cultures. And what's been special about that, of course, is the ability that we've been given to give our community and our fans an opportunity to sponsor kids. So they'll donate money and sponsor these children, and then they get to see live, like, updates throughout their time together, and they get to hear, you know, the stories that they've got, these transformational stories of, like, you know, these children with these other kids. And it's just so special to, like, see them and hear their feedback, and just get to know that, like, you know, this would never have happened. They couldn't have left their res, or they couldn't have, you know, left their island or whatever, to meet other kids who are doing amazing things in their communities as well. So they get to learn about other people's cultures. They get to learn about other spiritual practices, other ceremonies, etc., other games, and, like, you know, creation stories, etc. So it's pretty special. So that's going to happen again this year. We're just trying to figure it out, you know, timing, etc. I do work very closely with Indigenous regeneration. That has been, I mean, in simple form, making farming cool again, for Indigenous kids. That also intertwines with hip agriculture, the Hawaii Institute of Pacific Agriculture on Big Island, that also is focused on just, the new generation of revolutionary farmers. And then my relatives in Northern California, the Winnemem Wintu, we've been doing a salmon restoration project for many years now, and I don't know if it's happening again this year, but again, with all these things, it's like everything's TBD. It's like everyone who's trying to do anything is sort of like on the I guess we'll see situation. And then of course Honor the Earth, who I work with as well, out of Minnesota, Anishinaabe territory, and providing assistance to reservations that want to green their economy, and giving them plenty of advice and tools and guidance. So that's run by Winona LaDuke and the Indigo Girls, actually. So big shout out to all those homies. But yeah, check out those organizations. Those are definitely some of them. But there's so many, you know what I mean? But those are some of the main ones that we work with.
And such important work, I think.
And Be the Change Charities, my bad, sorry. Then the charity organization that has often funded some projects through these other sources. So Be the Change Charities as well. So yeah.
Awesome. Thank you. I so appreciate the work that you're doing, and we are in deep respect for First Nations people, those of us who founded and work on Eco-Conscious Music Alliance. We're very grateful to have guidance from our Indigenous elders and be of service in that way. So I know that I can extend from our entire organization if there's any way ever, anytime that we can be of support as we grow our organization out around the world. If there's anything we can ever do, we are here to support you individually, you and your communities, and First Nations peoples. And we're here in Turtle Island. We're based in Turtle Island, but we are connected with folks around the world. I run the Sustainable Living Guide, which is online classes with authors and experts from around the world. So we work with a lot of Indigenous peoples and permaculturists and people who are doing regenerative work around the world. So if we can be a support in any way, we humbly offer our full love and support and deep appreciation. Absolutely. One of the things that we're working with is helping people around the world co-create community sustainability projects, even during social distancing, even during this pandemic. And that's part of the central mission of Eco-Conscious Music Alliance, is that energy that gets raised up with music to invite people to right then come together and co-create, doing seed libraries, doing permaculture projects, serving those who are most vulnerable in their communities where they live, and having authentic projects come out of those local communities but have global support. And before we jump off now, is there anything that that you would want to say to those music lovers who are coming together to co-create, many of them for the first time, to start to co-create regenerative projects in their local community supported by music?
I guess I would just say, so sorry, the last part you said was about the songwriters, right? Is that what you said?
What we're doing is, when people come together as a longtime festival goer and music lover,
right.
I know that space where we're so rised up from the music, and then leave, right? And the what's next?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
How do we manifest this? So we're helping people come together into tangible action projects with that energy that's raised up from music, and now we're pouring it back out into very tangible, real community change-making work.
That's so dope. I mean, when you were saying that, I was thinking about how many different kinds of people there are, right? Like some people will go to a show or see a performance and be so charged up, and then they literally have to go home and sit down, or something like this. Because I've, again, I get what you're saying, and it's so awesome that there's like, that you're helping them find things to get involved in. I think that's really important. And I think what I would want to say to folks is that, the if you just look around, you might find something to do with that energy that you have bottled up. And it doesn't necessarily have to be with a bunch of other people. You can do it alone. But there are power in numbers, and we can get something from every kind of gathering, whether that's you're gathering with your own spirits, you're gathering with your family, you're gathering with a community. But I think like the place to always remember how to pivot from is from yourself. And I think a lot of people are looking for guidance, as you're saying, to what to do with that energy. And it's such a web of vibe that you really need to find something that help you ground, so that when you do go out with the community and you go out by yourself and you're with your family or whatever the thing is, that your fullness is being able to be expressed. And it's a very psychedelic experience, I'm going to say.
Truly a great delight in that moving mandala that we are.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you so much for being with us today. I know we're at time, and we want to really respect your precious moments. So grateful for you sharing with us. We look
Thank you for all your time and energy and all your work as well. Appreciate you guys very much.
Mahalo. Thank you.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
In touch and get to work in community together. And we have lots of stuff going on, and we will reach out, and if that's okay, and be plugged with you. Beautiful.
Fantastic.
Thank you so
Mahalo.
much.
Yeah.
So
See
much.
you guys soon.
Thank you. Blessings. Thank you. Bye. And I want to welcome back Lindsay Friedman. She's our artist relations manager and the owner of Emmett Events. And we just could not be more excited to get to talk with Naka, who is just one of our favorite beings on the planet and one of our favorite musicians on the planet. What a treat.
I love this theme that I'm hearing, starting with John Butler last night and coming now to Nako, of the concept that start with yourself in this work. Pivot from yourself. Weed your own garden. I think sometimes we think, in order to make a change, we got to go big. We got to invite everybody. We got to have a huge thing. And there is a time and a place for that. That time and place might not be right now. Right now, a lot of the work that we can do is to pivot from the self and to weed our own gardens so that we can weed our neighbor's garden, to sit with ourselves, to sit with our spirits, to really have a slowing and deepening, like Rising Appalachia was talking about, and like Deva and Mitten show through their music, the slowing and deepening, the true vibration of healing music. Really magical threads and stream. Love stream. I started saying love stream instead of live stream.
I keep saying that too.
Stream. So that's really a blessing.
Totally. And with the work that we've been doing with Eco-Conscious Music Alliance, it's been so profound, because I think everyone that we're working with is really deeply aware and attuned with the reason music is transformational. Part of the magic of how music is transformational is that it goes deep, deep, infinitely deep within, and invites us to realign with ourselves and life. And then from that place, move forward, move out, even if it's in movement, even if it's in our own sound. And then how do we bring that into the world in a way that is grounded, in a way that is loving, in a way that is tangible service. We talked yesterday with Elijah Ray about, what does it mean, this love and light thing? It's not something just shiny and sparkly that we talk about. It's, what do we do? How do we show up in the world together and connect in very grounded, real service in our world, which is self-nourishing, which is right. It's regenerative. We spoke with Parangi yesterday about how we are not separate from the earth. We are the earth. How could we be separate from the earth? We are literally the earth. And so is everyone else. And we are one, right? We are one global family. We are very literally one earth. So as one earth, in this pivotal moment on the planet, whether you're looking at the pandemic reality, climate reality, social justice reality, environmental reality, that right now we have this opportunity to really, from the deepest, centered, quiet space within us, to shift. And then as we move back out to be coming from a place of intentional love, of love and devotion, of love in action. And it's been such a joy with the Eco-Conscious Music Alliance to be bringing people together from wherever they are in the world, even if they're social isolating, or we should call it social distancing, but really it's physical distancing, right? Because we're connected socially, we are connected.
Yeah.
And so coming together, one of the things that we've been developing are online tools, which are a little bit of tech and a lot of people power and love, creating systems for people to connect with each other in their local communities, even while they're physically distancing, and co-create regenerative community projects that are in their own vision story, that vision from the space of their own unique self and their own unique community about, what are you called to do? And how can we arise together? What does it look like as we arise together? There's so much power in that lifting that happens when we share our power, right? We want to take our power back and we want to share it. We are together in that power, the power with, not power over, right? That power, that space of power with, where we stand in our own power, we share power together, we share power with the earth. We recognize that space of co-creative power. And in that space of power with, creation has so much room to come forth that we get to be embodiments of the potency of life force and love streaming out, right? That we're coming together now from around the world, even at this moment that might feel disconnected. We're coming so deep into our commonality. We've all, looked at those same questions wherever we are. Where is my food coming from? Where's my water coming from? What sustains me? What really sustains me? And what sustains the others in my community? And what do they need? And are they okay? And beyond surviving, moving into thriving, what does it look like to move from that space of balance with the earth and bring forth a life that is colorful and bountiful and creative and enlivened and beautiful, that is in balance with the earth and the people? Because really, that's what's normal. That's normal. Rather than some, over-consuming, petro-reliant, out of balance society, we have this incredible opportunity to move back into balance. And for many of us, it starts with the seeds. It starts with literally holding seeds in our hands, making sure others in our community have seeds, and planting gardens. And that's a huge piece of what we're supporting people in doing through the Eco-Conscious Music Alliance. So if you're someone who loves the earth, loves the people, loves to garden, cares about the food systems in your community, wants to give back to the earth with every meal you're having and be deeply connected with the earth, and also have more self-sustainability, which is really, really important right now. We want to invite you into that luscious, juicy wisdom place of gardening with Eco-Conscious Music Alliance. And Lindsay, do you want to talk about that?
I do. You know, I'll go back a little bit to February when, you know, we first realized that COVID was coming to America, to North America, and it was a hard reality. It was a hard shift. It was scary, and I was worried, and I was worried for people all over the globe. I knew that this reality was going to you know, hit really hard people who already were struggling so much to just make it day to day. And my empathy is deep, and I was really hurting. And so that, of course, made me experience anxiety and depression, experience those feelings. And I began reaching out, you know, as events started canceling, I began reaching out and connecting. We were asked to be physically distanced, but you know, when you study certain child psychology philosophies of attachment theory, and this goes from children through, you know, it's just the human theory of attachment. When you try to separate, the human comes back to their safety. And so what happened for me was that we needed to physically separate. And my response to that was, how do I get close to my people? And I began reaching out and reaching out. And what my reaching out looked like was going live on Facebook, just talking to my friends, like in the middle of the night, because I was having anxiety and I was up all night. And so there I found myself at the dining room table doing what is my medicine that I do to keep myself on a path forward and not stalled, which is planting seeds in soil at my kitchen table, planting seeds on Facebook Live, connecting with people. And that's what I was doing. And I began to find my way forward through that, through planting seeds and connecting with people. And it's been so powerful, connecting both with the Co-op Gardens movement and the Eco-Conscious Music Alliance work, seeding hubs around the globe to connect people back to their food, talking about seed sovereignty, talking about access to land, supporting people to make sure that they have access to what they need. What we're seeing is people losing their livelihoods and standing in line for hours trying to figure out how to feed their families. This is what's really happening. We need to pivot from ourselves to COVID response and continue to be sensitive to the issues that are happening all around our globe, happening to our neighbor, checking in. This isn't something that is happening over there. This is something that is happening over here. I have friends and family who have moved on from this earth because of COVID. I have friends and family who have lost their loved ones. I have friends and family who have been struggling for months to get above water on their health still. This is a real reality, and it is so important in this time for us to continue to reevaluate what it is that we can do to support everybody in our networks. And for me, that's really started with gardening and supporting everybody to grow food. And I'm from New York City originally, so I was reaching out to friends on my Facebook. People are connecting on Facebook Live, and they're saying, you know, one person lives in the middle of the country and they can do all this planting. Another person lives in an apartment and they don't really even have sunlight windows. So it's working with people where they're at to figure out, well, can you grow sprouts? What kind of food can you grow? How can we help you plant seeds? And these are seeds not only of food and nourishment, but they're seeds of hope.
That's right.
The other thing that I heard from people that I also experienced myself about growing plants and seeds was there was this feeling with things changing for those of us who are not essential workers. I'm going to give a shout out to essential workers here in a moment, of Groundhog Day. Everything was canceled or postponed, and things started to feel Groundhog Day, the same thing over and over again. What day is it? Where am I? What's happening? There's a real disorientation and dissociation. But you know what? I didn't experience that to the extent that some did, because I woke up every morning and I checked on my plants And they're always changing, and they're always growing, and they're always moving forward. And that was extremely grounding and real and tangible to me. And so when my friends and community members were reaching out and saying, I'm struggling, what do I do? I said, plant a seed and water it and care for it and pour your worry into that seed and let it grow, let it nourish you, honor its life, see it growing, and know that it'll be a little bit different every day. And you won't have that groundhog feeling, that disorientation, that dissociation. It will bring you back. So for me, growing plants has been not only exciting, but truly, here's a marigold, here's a nasturtium that both I grew from seed this spring. It's been, I venture to say life-changing, life-saving, and I do want to give a shout out to the essential workers, everybody from doctors and nurses to people working at grocery stores, people working in the airlines, people doing childcare, all the parents. Really, you become essential workers because you're home teaching, keeping your kids going. And, we talked to so many humble musicians who kept giving shout outs to the essential workers, and truly musicians who are showing up for their communities right now.
Mm-hmm.
They're also essential workers because our hearts and our souls really are broken and need the hope and the upliftment that musicians keep reaching out and offering.
We're so honored to get to be here with musicians from around the world and uplifting the community around the world at the One Earth Live Festival, and be part of this moment of global hope, right? And be seeding through music and connection hope, because really it's that hope, that ability to even if you can't quite see it, but to know that there's a story that moves us forward in a positive way, that it's there, that we can step into it. And it might be ever changing, and we might not know exactly what's coming, but when we have hope, we can take those steps forward and be taking care of ourselves, be taking care of each other. And I think the music is something that gives us life and gives us hope in a way that maybe nothing else does, because it attunes us from within and it remembers us whole. Like we are whole in those sounds. Our wholeness vibrates in those sounds, and our own personal reality might just get to open a little bit, and there's a little more room in that space for love, for transformation, for healing, for power. And the music helps make space for us and then enlivens within us that positive potency that really is our innate state of being. And that's why we can find it. That's why we can find it. It's because that's what we are. That love vibration is what we are. And that's part of why it feels so wonderful. It's coming home. When we feel that innate state of love, it's coming home to ourselves. And I honor the wholeness in that space. I give so much thanks to all the musicians who have been with us on the Eco-Conscious Music Alliance stage, and those who have been joining us for our monthly events at our Global Action concerts, which we've been so astonished with what's been happening with these events. We've had people from all over the world, from Australia, from Africa, from the UK and Europe, from the North America, South America, from the islands, people coming together every month, the third weekend of the month, as part of, in connection with Uplift's Global Days of Unity project that's bringing people together to really live their love and live their gifts in service of the world on that third weekend of the month. And we're bringing that together through this music vibration that brings this online gathering together with musicians performing live. Uh-oh, my power is blinking. I'm giving you a heads up. It's thundering here. So
that.
See that? That was light. Yeah, there's lightning and thunder going. So Lindsay, you may be up if I lose power. With storm in here, the rains are coming. And, so with these global action concerts, I'm evidently talking with the thunder. Can you hear the thunder? I've got some really good background drums going right now. We have this amazing gathering that's happening once a month called the Global Eco-Conscious Music Alliance Global Action Concert. And our next event is June 21st. And what's going to be happening at this event is we're going to have musicians and wisdom keepers, visionaries, and activists coming together in a very interactive space where we're sharing music, and we're also doing activism work together. We're bringing together local hubs to be able to have connection with people in their communities supported by this global online platform, and help them to co-create community sustainability projects. And what is a community sustainability project? Well, it's what sustains your community. It is what is unique and authentic to nourishing the wellness of your community. And we have different programs that we're co-creating to help seed some ideas that you might use, to have some out-of-the-box type projects, and also to help with the guidance of the Sustainable Living Guide teachers, which is an amazing organization that I have the honor of facilitating. We're bringing in this huge global knowledge base about how do you create local resilience projects? What does that look like? What concepts do we need to be thinking about? How do you design that? It doesn't have to be super complicated. I think all of us have this desire for our communities to be okay, to be well, and want to do something. And the reality is that we actually can do something. We're working here in Austin with all kinds of organizations that are coming together who maybe never would have before. And we're helping people learn how you might catalyze that in your community. It might be something as simple as planting starts and sharing them. It might be something like we're working with the local buses, have offered us access to buses to move food from farms to those in need. There's lots of different opportunity right now because of need, right? There is need for us to come together. And so we're really honored to be bringing people together to embody the world we all want to live in. So I want to invite you to go to ema.earth, EMA.earth, our website, and join us there. You can get involved. There's lots of different ways to connect with us. We want to hear from you. We want to know how we can support your community and you as an individual. And we also do a lot of work to amplify eco-conscious musicians. So by all means, if that's you, definitely dial in with us. We've got a lot of juicy stuff going on. You can RSVP for the June 21st event on our Facebook, which is EMA Eco Music on both our Facebook and Instagram, but the event is on our Facebook. And Lindsay, do you want to say anything else about that as we get ready to go to video?
Technical difficulties. I'm sorry, Lisa. I think it's time for our video break, and we will be right back.
Thank you.
The best thing about music is that it is the commonality that brings people together.
Humans of the world combine, oh, the trees are dancing intertwine, oh, the seas are singing secrets I will never tell no one. Together
But the most powerful ways to transform our society are those that are deeply embedded in joy, generosity, and our visions for how we want to live.
We're catalyzing our ability to move through this pivotal moment on Earth.
We can develop a story of sustainability that's based on a meta vision that will lead us to our highest aspirations and the highest ways in which we can connect with ourselves and connect with each other.
The sound of human spirit made manifest in human conversation.
I would say the benefit is that you start coming home to yourself, coming home to each other, and coming home to the planet.
Let's try that again with the mic on. Mic check. You are here with Lindsay Friedman at the Eco-Conscious Music Alliance Activism stage at the One Earth Live Festival. I am really excited to welcome you to our next guest, J. Ross Pirelli, who's a great friend of mine. I'm going to bring her on here to the stage with us, and we're going to talk about music and youth and activism and the after party that will be happening tonight, where she will be doing a set for the globe. Let's see here. J. Ross.
Hi, what's happening?
J. Ross Pirelli.
What's up, Miss Love? How I miss your face.
So good to see you. Give me a hug. Look at your setup. That looks great.
Yeah, we actually have a bunch of shows coming up tomorrow and performers coming through, so we wanted to get a little stage set up.
That's so cool. It looks fantastic. I see what you did there. That looks great.
Thanks.
Well, welcome to the Eco-Conscious Music Alliance stage. This is an activism stage where we talk about music and activism. We talk about one love action. We talk about all of the spiritual happenings from music, and then taking that to the what's next and actually doing the work and figuring out what is it that people need when we come together for music. What is it? Why are we coming together? We're coming together for healing. And then how do we take it to the next step so that we don't just go home and get back on the couch, but we go home and actually do the work? You know what I mean?
Oh, this is beautiful. Yeah, we need to have these discussions for sure.
We do. Yeah, so, I just want to give you a shout out. I want to share with the global audience a little bit about who you are and the incredible work that you've been doing. So let me take that time, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
You just big you up a little bit here. So this is J. Ross Pirelli. And J. Ross is what it would sound like if Joss Stone had been raised in the same duplex as Notorious B.I.G. And she is a signed artist with Universal Records. Her repertoire includes rap battles and festival stages from the Bronx, where I'm from, to the Bay, where she's from. She's a sultry songstress turned community cultivator. She has spoken and performed at youth leadership conferences all over the globe. And her interest in education reform led her to co-found Beats Lyrics Leaders, through which she's developed a hip-hop-based curriculum, which is now used in schools, foster youth programs, and on Native reservations with Indigenous youth. Beats Lyrics Leaders is a group of passionate mentors working together to bring about opportunities to create music, develop business skills, and ultimately provide an outlet for young adults and youth to be the best they possibly can. Boom.
That's what we do in a nutshell. That's a lot. That feels like lifetimes.
I mean,
It feels fun.
it's
I want to live that life.
that life, you know, it's cool going through people's bios and like trying to distill it. I'm like, wow, this is amazing work. You know, it's amazing work that you're doing. And you know, we've known each other a long time, and I've loved following your career. And I knew that even before Beats Lyrics Leaders, you were so passionate about youth and human development. And I loved seeing how you brought music together and the work that you've done. Do you want to, you know, and I know things have changed with the COVID reality. Do you want to just share a little bit about how you've been pivoting to still be involved with youth and still be involved with music during these pandemic times?
Right, right. Well, I mean, when you first talk about music itself, music, it makes us human. It connects us. It brings us to that side of it shows us history, arts, like everything that is human. That's what music is. So we've taken that commonality, and it doesn't matter if you're older, younger, from Jerusalem or Israel or Africa, or it doesn't matter where you're from, because it's that connection piece. So because we have that connection piece of music, we've been able to work with all these different schools and bridge them together. So we're online. I'm online with Beats Lyrics Leaders, and we're running workshops, weekly workshops for youth. And we're connecting youth from California to New York. And that's that connection piece. You know what I'm saying? So we're connecting these youth. They're writing songs. They're making beats online with Raza. So they're learning how to physically see it on the computer, hear it, do it. So they're participating, and then we're writing lyrics together, which is really, through this time, like a lot of these youth are really just struggling on becoming human. And I know we all are, like, hello, I mean, yes, but these youth right now too, like, I wouldn't want to be 13 again. I just couldn't. And so to be able to have an outlet like music, and sometimes you don't have words for it, and that's where the beat comes in. So we make the beat with them, and they can get those sounds out and those feelings. And then we write the lyrics, and we've just been working with these youth online. I don't know, it's been so cool. It's been so cool.
It is pivotal that you have been flexible and figured out how to continue doing your work, because the youth truly have been hit hard by this. I have teenage friends and friends with teenage kids, and I think, man, what would it be like? I'm 40 now, but I remember being a teen. I remember it well, and I love teens. I know some people, oh, teens, but I love them. I love that they just
love them.
They don't give up, and I love it. I love that. I will always love that. I might love it a little bit less when my 4-year-old is a teen, right? I promise, I commit to loving it. But for youth right now, coming of age, getting your first job, trying to move out, trying to go to college, but they're closed. I can imagine it's got to be so much more complicated. It was already complicated. And now it's this whole new layer, and things keep changing. So the work that you're doing, allowing youth to have this outlet and also connect with each other, is so meaningful and so necessary. So thank you.
Yeah, no, it's super cool. And a lot of these, what's happening too is we're just becoming a little more lazier and lackadaisical. So now we're like, oh, it's cool. I could just go to college next semester, or I could just do this next semester. And now we're just sitting in this cycle. So it's, you know what it is, just conditioning. The longer we condition ourselves to do something, we're going to continue that repeated cycle. So
yeah, it's like that balance between allowing for flexibility in the unknown, but not giving up the hope and the drive to continue, right? It's like, okay, yes, maybe you take a semester off, but don't stop inching forward. you know, that's really
Yeah,
important.
still use those tools. So that's all it is. We're just providing tools, and they're providing us tools. It's been amazing. It's been cool. We work with a lot of adults too, as adults have a lot of problems and issues as well.
Yeah.
I mean, but again, it's connectedness. Like, it's just so rad to connect with so many different people. If there's one thing I can diversify, I want to diversify my friends. So I have all these different point of views, right? So it's just like that's the coolest part about COVID is we get to energetically exchange from crazy sides of the globe.
Yeah, it's true, you know, and the work that I've been doing with the Eco-Conscious Music Alliance, we really just launched a month ago, or maybe 5 weeks ago at this point. So in that time, we've been working with people from artists and speakers and activists and visionaries to the people that are coming online to be our hub leaders, you know, the people that are coming together to do the work that you know that comes after the energy of music, the what next. People from all over the globe wanting support and direction to get their vision into tangible steps, you know.
Right. And I love that you guys are doing that. You know, I've actually familiarized myself with your website quite frequently. This isn't the first time I've stumbled on here. And I enjoy, like, it really is a collaborative effort, and I you feel that. So
Yeah. Thank you.
and dope. That's hip hop.
Yeah. Yes.
That's
Yeah.
hip
I don't know
hop.
if you took Jay Fresh the Lion yesterday. Come on. Super powerful hip hop artist too. That was amazing. So it's good, you know,
Rad.
something always with hip hop and the youth, you know, it was the music that raised me in my youth. And so I love that theme, you know, like all of our hip hop representatives have all been about the youth, which is so meaningful.
Yeah, sure. Most of them, anyways.
I shouldn't ever say all, right?
Most of them.
Yeah. So, tell us, you know, where can people find out more about Beats Lyrics Leaders and how can they plug in?
Okay, yeah. So Beats Lyrics Leaders is a nonprofit. We're out of Portland, Oregon, and we work with Native reservations, but mostly on the West Coast. We do tour all over the place, but mostly on the West Coast. And we run these conferences. So 3 to 5 day conferences, and we're able to utilize artists and mentors and teaching artists and hip hop educators to teach these youth. And therefore, they're becoming a little more, they got more opportunity because they have local musicians around to teach them and help them out. So to contact us, to check it out, I would go to beatslyricsleaders.com. beatslyricsleaders.com. If you're a mentor, you can check out our mentor page. If you're a student, you can check out our student page, and, you know, just roll from there.
Nice. I love it.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I think, you know, I see the potential for EMA and for Beats Lyrics Leaders to work together on some really collaborative
Oh, yeah.
kind of have, you know, my brain going here thinking, oh, there's so many good possibilities here. So I, you know, speak that out into the universe. Did you want to do any music today? Do you feel called to share some music?
For sure, yeah. I can totally get you all ready. I have a performance tonight on howlive.tv with the after party, the One Earth festival that's going on. We're doing the after party with Creative Minds, audiovisual. There's so much going on. Past the Stream Festival. There's so many festivals going on. This is amazing. So I'm going to give you a little teeny snippet of what you can hear tonight. And I'm going to go ahead and share. Let me share my sound with you. Mike Molda, just shout out. He is such a G for teaching everybody how to professionally put their music out.
Yeah, you know, Mike is amazing. You know, Mike is our EMA is powered by Mike as well. Mike is behind the scenes.
Oh, good.
You know, he's a really generous professional, and he really is. I think the thing I love the most is that he wants to help the musicians and the artists come across more professionally and really be able to reach out. That's powerful.
Yeah. And bring the power back to artists. Like really, he just gave so much. You don't even understand. Like the fact that we can hold these open mics for the youth has to do with Mike Molda. So just thank you for that shout out. I just wanted to take a moment to shout him out and what he's doing along with y'all. But you know what? Let's take it way back, Lindsay. I'm gonna take you. How does this sound over there? Okay, here we go. I said it's true. I'm a miracle, I do. You are a miracle, I believe in you. It's true, it's true. I'm a miracle, I do. You are a miracle, I believe in you. You've been in magical beams, appears the hunger for American dreams. A mother that will love her teens, of support for dreams that were worth addicted to birth. Mother pass of the world, God only has to hurry. You are a miracle, I believe in you. It's true, it's true. I'm a miracle, I do. You are a miracle, I believe in you. This is your part. Say ayo, ayo. Say ayo, ayo. Say ayo, ayo. Say ayo, ayo. I just want to make you feel good. Have a good time. Everything is gonna be alright. Everything is gonna be alright. I mean, in the end, you know, we all got different situations, and I ain't living nobody's situation. And so, just taking a moment for people that don't have a situation like mine, and this is for y'all too. Like, reach out, hit us up. If you really are finding yourself like just need a little push or a little motivation, hit up Beats Lyrics Leaders, hit myself up, J. Ross Pirelli, because that's what we're here for.
Thank you so much. I'm so excited. I want to talk more about the after party. So after we finish up our stream here from 9 p.m. until midnight tonight, Creative Minds Audio Visual has put together a spectacular lineup. So you can see J. Ross Pirelli, Clinton Farron, and DJ Latest tonight. You can catch that stream on the One Earth Live portal. So you'll be able to navigate down to their stage right there and catch the stream there. So that's just on the One Earth Live main website that will be streaming. You can also catch it on the Eco Conscious Music Alliance Facebook. We will also share the stream as we pass the stream to Creative Minds Audiovisual as we wrap up here tonight in a couple of hours. So that is super exciting. Yes. Thank you so much for sharing your music and your heart. You know, I think one of the things that we've been talking with everybody this weekend about is what do you, if you were to vision the future, where do you want to see us go? What do you want to see for the youth that you work with? What is the dream and the intention that we can set for them today?
Wow, that's pretty powerful, Lindsay. You know, there's this amazing book, and it's called 21 Lessons for the 21st Century. And it talks about how our youth will, in their presidential race, have to talk about things like artificial intelligence and climate control, because it will be in their face, right? We don't have to talk about that, but we should be. So for the youth, I got goosebumps. Like, just have an open mind. Have an open mind and don't be afraid to think crazy, because, you know, Steve, this never existed. A cell phone, a light, it never existed. So please, when people tell you you're thinking crazy, like, keep thinking crazy. There's no box. So be open. Things are going to be different. It's never going to be the same.
Be open. Be open and
But
flexible.
we got love. You know what I'm saying? We got love. Love will always be the same.
Love will always be the same.
Love will always be the same, girl. I love you.
Check out your set tonight.
Yeah, I'm so excited. And tomorrow, just a little shout out, we're doing a takeover on the Pass the Stream.
Yeah.
So the Pass the Stream Festival 2.0, it's going to be a J. Ross Pirelli takeover. It's my birthday. I'm having a little birthday bash.
Happy birthday, girl!
My whole family's outside right now partying. They're so cute. Like, don't bother me. So tomorrow we're doing a takeover on Pass the Stream, and I have like all my favorite performers are performing. And then after that, we're rolling out the MC Olympics, and it's 16 MCs, 4 rounds, $600 award. So we already have our 16 MCs, and that's going to be rad from 7 to 9. The whole thing is from 4 to 9. The J. Ross Pirelli takeover. Hip Hop Congress is taking over. Pass the Stream Festival is so dope.
Okay, and so for tomorrow, for tonight, you can find the festival, the after party, 3 places: Eco Conscious Music Alliance Facebook. You can find it on the One Earth Live website. You can find it on How Live TV, and continuing into tomorrow, which is amazing because it's Memorial Day and we're still, celebrating. Even though all these COVID things are happening, it's human to celebrate. So we're going to connect and we're going to celebrate, and you can find the J. Ross Pirelli takeover of Pass the Stream tomorrow on How Live TV. Amazing. Yeah. We will also share it from Ema. So thank you so much, Jay. It's so good to see you.
I know, I miss you. Give your daughter hugs for us.
Oh, I will.
My little son's outside. I want to tell him to come up here, but but thank you so much for having me. We'll see you tonight.
Love you so much.
Love you. Thank you.
Amazing change makers in the house today, truly. And what you're going to be witnessing next is a roundtable discussion about Indigenous healing. See, Lisa is going to join us. So next up, we have two amazing humans coming to us. We have Cody Blackbird of the Cody Blackbird Band. And we have Fox Red Sky, who is an Indigenous filmmaker. And they are truly, truly incredible humans. And so I will be bringing them in shortly. And we will be right back with you.
The best thing about music is that it is the commonality that brings people together.
Humans of the world combine we're one. The trees are dancing intertwine we're one. The seas are singing secrets that will never tell no one. Together one.
Good to be back with you, Lisa, at the Eco-Conscious Music Alliance stage, where we have major thunderstorms happening in 2 locations, where we have Lisa having thunder, we have Creative Minds having thunder. So over here in unceded Clackamas territory, I might be next, but it's sunny. It's sunny here. So anyway, if things get a little wonky, you know that the thunder spirits wanted to come to the party, and we will just roll with it the best that we can. What's super exciting, next up, we have an incredible panel discussion. We are going to welcome in 2 Indigenous leaders, and let me get them here in the room with us. Okay. Hello, can you guys hear us?
Yes, I can.
Hey, Cody, we can hear you. Let's see,
Awesome.
Fox, I'm gonna unmute you.
Mute.
There we
Hello?
go. Welcome, thank you so much, both of you, for joining today. It's really an honor to have you join. And here on the Eco-Conscious Music Alliance stage, where we're talking about music and activism and one love in action. So I would love to give an introduction to all 3 of you, to those of us who are joining us today from around the globe who may not be familiar with you. And then I will turn over the facilitation to Lisa to facilitate this beautiful conversation. I know we've got some music that Cody will be sharing with us. And we also have a clip of Fox Red Sky's incredible film that we're going to be watching. So this is going to be a powerful discussion. So Fox Red Sky is Lipan Apache, a veteran, a filmmaker, and she completed her first feature film, Keep the Fire Lit, Lost Tribes of Texas, in 2018. This was after 3.5 years of traveling all over Texas and parts of Mexico, and even making a trip to Standing Rock, North Dakota, with her, at the time, 2-year-old daughter in tow. She has sent her exciting, heartfelt documentary to the world. In partnership with an award-winning filmmaker, Adrian Santiago, Fox delivers brilliant and profound insights into the world of Texas Native tribes. Fox, thank you so much for joining us today.
Oh, thank you very much. You're making me blush.
Good. That's always my goal. I mean, you deserve that. You deserve that. Thank you. Cody Blackbird of the Cody Blackbird Band is of Eastern Band Cherokee and Roma descent. I loved your bio. As a very hyper child, the soothing sounds of traditional flute, ceremonial music helped calm Cody and allowed him to sleep at night. He fell in love with the sounds and eventually asked his father for a flute. And the rest is history, as Cody has been playing the flute since the age of 9. Starting as a traditional flutist and singer, Cody recorded the album Raven Speaks in late 2009. And since then, he has won the Flutist of the Year award at the 2011 Native American Music Awards. He is recognized as one of the top Native American flutists touring today, reaching over 120 communities annually, which is amazing. Thank you so much for joining us today, Cody.
Thanks for having me. It's an honor to be here and really glad to be a part of this, and looking forward to the discussion.
Awesome. Thank you very, very much. We are also looking forward to it. And I have the privilege of sitting back, taking a break and listening to the discussion while Lisa facilitates it. So thank you, Lisa. Lisa Pavati is the founder of the Eco-Conscious Music Alliance. Visionary, a heart-centered activist with decades of experience catalyzing change-making initiatives to serve the earth and communities. Thank you so much, Lisa.
Thank you, Lindsay, and welcome to everyone. We have some major thunder going on here. Can you hear me? Okay. Can you hear the thunder?
The wanted to come, so the thunder came.
Right. Well, we asked for music, we got sky drums, and we're just grateful. So if it becomes, somebody flag me if it becomes too loud. I want to welcome you both. I'm so very grateful for your presence. We have been throughout the weekend part of the One Earth Live Festival, and here on the Eco Conscious Music Alliance stage, our focus is action, uniting in music and arising in action, and coming together to co-create community sustainability projects, to take care of each other, to do COVID response, climate action, and to really mobilize with the potency of music and the sacredness of music, to mobilize ourselves, starting right within where that place of transformation happens, and give honor to the earth and all our relations as we walk through each day together, and have our decisions in each moment come from a place of awareness of right relationship with the earth and all relations. So we recognize that First Nations cultures and First Nations values are central to the work we're aspiring to, and coming back into awareness of what it looks like to live in balance, what those values are that help us navigate these challenging times. And we could not be more grateful to both of you as individuals and as First Nations people for being here with us today, and welcome.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Oh, good to see you, Fox.
Good to see you, Lisa.
Thank you.
I feel there's so much magic happening right now. It's just like it went from a day-to-day occurrence, and now it's like an hour to hour, and then it's just like a minute to minute. Just so much beautiful. And I'm just it's just like, do you ever tell the flowers how to grow? Do you tell the tree? No, you just say, oh, thank you, creator. Thank you.
Awesome. And Fox is a cherished friend. And Cody, I'm so delighted to get to meet you. We adore your music and are so grateful to have you present here. I feel very, very honored to host both of you. I would love to open our conversation today talking about returning thanks and what that means. So that we talked earlier with Nako and with several other amazing change makers and musicians and leaders about the concept that we love the earth, we care for the earth, we are the earth, right? There is no separation. But what does it mean to be coming back into a restorative relationship with the earth, where we're supporting that well-being? And I think the concept of returning thanks is, the embodiment of that, right? Because it's an action, it's not just a word. Do one of you want to talk about relationship with the earth?
I think just as my input, I think the first thing that we have to do if we want to recognize and honor the earth and return thanks is the reconciliation and the reconnection with Indigenous peoples. We have in our communities and among our elders and traditional keepers, we have the keys and the knowledge and the abilities to be able to live in harmony with the earth. And I think so if we want to do so as a general society outside of Indigenous communities, people wanting to come back together, honor the earth, and do it in that way, it's important to recognize the first peoples of the land in which you're living on. In so doing, being able to truly harmonize and understand a greater connection to the earth as it lies, because the first peoples of the land that you're living on have those tools, knowledge, and history to be able to go hand in hand with what you're wanting to do in that arena, so to speak.
Absolutely. Thank you. And thank you so much for being present to represent today. Deep appreciation.
If I feel like I feel like it also has to do with, you know, not fixing, but healing some of that generational trauma. And there's something that this modern society has, the psychosis that are created from being disconnected, you know, the anxiety and the depression and the way that we, the loneliness and so forth. All of these things are just symptoms of that not being connected and restored into Mother Nature. And I think that it's like when we heal the Mother Earth and we start to coming back, actually in it, it's going to heal us too. It's going to be able to cure some of these things that these psychoses from living in this modern, fast-paced, rat race kind of society.
And music, thank you. And you know, we know that music and art are huge catalysts, and I want to really appreciate each of you as in your arts with music. I know Fox holds the space of both music and film. And
I'm making a new film, by the way. I'm making a new film.
We're going to want to know about that. You want to do a shout? Tell us now. Just go for it.
There's this is a woman who is really just close to my, I mean, she's a hero. She's like the Joan of Arc of the Apache people. And I have finished writing a almost close to 175 page script regarding her and her life in the 1850s to 1870s. And it's really, really awesome. So we're doing a casting call next week, and we're going to be doing shooting for a 3-4 minute pitch trailer in June. So I'm excited. It's very exciting. We're going to West Texas, man. It's going to Big Bend.
Awesome.
But yes, it's all good. Everything is really good. And First Nations people, you know, there's a lot of trauma there too. You know, there's a lot of lateral hurt, but there's also, you know, we need to raise them up, you know, through stories, through songs, you know, whether it's a visual, you know, pride building thing, or even if it's like a song, you know, everything helps. And we also have to remember the little ones too, the seed corn, as my elders would call it, you know, the little ones watch us, they're watching everything we're doing. And if we're not careful with our words, and if we're not careful with our thoughts, you know, they'll pick up all those things. So music does heal. It heals the mind, the body, and the spirit.
It truly does. Cody, do you want to just jump from there about music as a healing means?
Yeah, you know, absolutely. I think that also brings what was just said into play of adding on to what I said earlier, is the importance of healing our own and within our communities. Because we have that wisdom, because we have that knowledge of the earth and everything around that, it's important that we heal our own so that that knowledge can be passed down. And segueing right into the music, I believe that's a huge part of healing. In our way, they say Creator gave us 2 ways of healing: laughter and crying. And I've done both through music, and I know other people, you know, everybody does that through music. There's times where music makes you laugh. There's times where it makes you cry. And it truly is a molecular thing, I believe. The sound waves, the vibes coming through and hitting you. And with what I do, incorporating native flute into our alternative rock music, I believe people hear that and they don't know why they resonate with the music so much. And you hear a lot of music around the world in a contemporary fashion, aside from the traditional fashion. And you're like, why does this resonate with me? And then you look into the instrumentation used in that, and you'll see that they're using these, you know, ancient world instruments or synths of these ancient world instruments, and in this contemporary music form. And so learning that, understanding that, and the actual sound wave and molecular healing that goes on through music, them utilizing it in a fashion of healing preemie babies, and all these things that they've studied over the past 10 years in particular, where music literally physically heals. And then taking that to the spiritual side, if it physically heals, what it does for the spiritual side is just amazing. And to be able to awaken people to that on a level of not only, okay, well, I'm going to find the music that helps me, but also I'm going to find music to play that helps me, because it's one thing to listen to it, but it's a whole nother thing to be able to produce it. And whatever art, and I'm speaking as a musician, but whatever that art is, as a filmmaker or as a painter or whatever it is, when you actually do it and put your hands into it and you're able to create, the healing that comes from that is tenfold. You can't even describe it. Myself, it's really what saved my life. And music is everyday essence and part of my life. And I use it to not only heal myself, but in hopes that the people that are listening will find some sort of hope or healing in what they're listening to.
Thank you. Thank you for your music, and thank you for bringing music to share today. Would you like to move into song, to music?
Yeah, absolutely. So
And
I'm just gonna.
Fox and I are gonna mute our mics so that the sound is cleaner for his during this section.
Gotcha.
Are you good with that, Fox?
How do I do that?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, excellent.
So I'm just gonna play a traditional native flute song. This was a flute that was gifted to me by Joseph Firecrow's widow, Joanne Firecrow, and this was one of his flutes. And so I carried this with me in honor of him, who's a Cheyenne flute man from Lane Deer, Montana originally, and who always remembered to keep this flute first. And those were words of wisdom that he passed on to me in the traditional aspect of this flute, is always keep the flute first. And I use that in explaining, the healing of music. If you keep that as your first love, and if you keep that passion and that want and that desire to use your music in a healing catalyst form, always keep that mission first. So I'll just share this song with y'all.
Thank you.
Makes beautiful.
Thank you.
Thank you. Very nice. Very good. Udaho.
And Fox, I know that we'll talk about film in a moment, but you're also a musician and a keeper, a sharer and carrier of songs. Do you want to say something about the healing power of music? And what we're doing on the Eco-Conscious Music Alliance stage today is uniting in music and arising in action, because music helps us do that. Do you want to speak to that?
I would, and I would also like to kind of share some little updates in my little my eco community that I've been growing, my 20 acres out there in East Austin. I'm so fortunate to, during this COVID and everything like that, I've had, I have a very thriving, not medium-sized community, probably 5 5, 6 children, about 7, 8 adults. And so it's just been such, well, it's springtime, so everything's growing and it's beautiful. And yes, there's songs to be sung. We sing the songs when we're planting the seeds, because you want to. I was told by my elders that the first breath and the first water is from your mouth. When you talk to when you sing to the seed, when you speak to the seed and you sing it a song and then you put it in the ground and it will grow. And so we've been doing those kinds of things. And I just got my 501c3 status, which I'm very excited about, so that I can start to be able to get pay for stipends and travel for elders to come and stay and do, continue sharing the ways. And we're going to bring young groups of youth, Native youth, to come out there and stay, the weekend and learn from the elders. So I've been really, really just so excited about living in community and really doing it. And I love singing, and I love the songs. I do the Sweat Lodge a lot, and I'm also part of the Native American Church of Central Texas. And those peyote songs, there's medicine. The medicine itself is medicine, but the songs are like the key in the keyhole, and they unlock something inside of you. And I would like to share a water song, if that's okay.
Thank you. That would be wonderful. And we've got about 10 minutes, so we'll do that. And we'd love to see your film clip as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
So this is a Nawa song. It's a song that's sung in many of the Native teepee circles and teepee ceremonies here in Texas. And it's also the words Yanawana is what the Nawa or the Cuauhtecan people used to call San Antonio, that area right there, that region where those springs were, because that's where the water was. And it means holy water of life. And I'll go ahead and sing it for you. Yanawana yo wana yo, Yanawana yo wana yo, Yanawana yo wana yo, Yana yana hene yo. Yanawana yo wana yo, Yanawana yo wana yo, Yanawana yo wana yo, Yana yana hene yo. Yanawana yana yo. Yanawana yana yo, yana yana hene yo. Yanawana yana yo, Yanawana yana yo, yana yana hene yo. Yanawana yo, Yanawana yo, Yanawana yo, yana yana hene yo. Yanawana yo, Yanawana yo, Yanawana yo, yana yana hene yo. Yanawana yana yo, Yanawana yana yo, yana yana hene yo. Yanawana yana yo, Yanawana yana yo, yana yana hene yo. It's really interesting because as I'm singing this song, the storm clouds are kind of gathering outside. So it's like, it's a water song.
Thank you for honoring the water with us and reminding everyone who's gathered from all over the world how sacred the water is, and that every interaction we have with water is part of that one body of water that we are. Before or maybe as you introduce, because water is so woven into the film clip that we're going to see, do you want to say anything about water and introduce that clip? And I'm giving our team a heads up that it's coming.
So, you come through, the old people say, and my elders tell me, we come through this world through water. That's how we enter into it. And if we don't take care of this water, then there won't be nothing left. Of course, when I traveled all over Texas, you always have an idea for a movie. Like, I'm going to do this and I'm going to interview these people and they're going to say these things, but that's not always the case. And at the same time I was doing this, we were having to fight all these pipelines in Texas and in Standing Rock. I mean, they were just all happening at the same time. And, but it also was so beautiful to see all the people unite together. And it was very, very good in that way. But, it's scary because we don't have that much water that isn't been, destroyed or is usable. And we really need to regard it as something that's sacred and holy and precious, like we always have, like the Native people have here. So, yeah.
And we met that way. We met through the Standing Rock water work, and so grateful to know you, and so grateful to be a guest on this Your Land. I am grateful to be a guest on this land, Your Land. And will you tell us about the film clip that's about to show, or would you like them to roll it and then talk about it?
Let's roll it and talk about it.
Okay, are y'all? I think they are ready. I'll let you know when they start to roll. It's a very interesting thing to run these where we can't see each other.
No, the Native people in Texas aren't extinct. There's still quite a few of us around.
No, the Native people of Texas are not extinct.
Are the Native American and indigenous people extinct in the state of Texas? That's a big misnomer. It's not.
No, the Native people indigenous to Texas are not extinct.
Nowadays, people are connecting more with their indigenous heritage because we are coming to a time in our life where there's so much crossing of different ethnic races and different just backgrounds that people want to know where they come from. They want to know all parts of their life, and that means going back to the beginning. We all have our Native spirituality, whether you can trace it back 2 generations or you have to go back 5 to 6 generations. You're from somewhere that originated from a Native tribe.
It's very important because the indigenous people, not just of Texas, but the Americas, this is our land, this is our home. And now we are sharing it with other groups, other cultures, and they don't know about us. The majority of the textbooks and what is published out here in the United States and abroad does not know that we're still here, who we are. And so we have a very rich cultural heritage, and we want people to know it and become reacquainted with it.
Are the Native indigenous people extinct in the state of Texas? That's a big no. A lot of the tribes, like South Texas, they were assimilated into the Mexican culture. Now there's education and there's programs that are slowly educating the public about that. There's the Coatecos and the Lipan Apaches that are South Texas all the way up to Mexico.
Many people walk this land and have no idea where their true ancestry comes from because it's been written out of the history books.
The public, to let them know that that indigenous peoples are still around. We don't have names like Running Bear. We've been colonized and we have Spanish last names, but we're indigenous people.
We actually call it Tejas, which, to my understanding, may have originated from the Mexica people.
Gosh, to keep the way of the Indian, the Native American strong, keep it going.
I think they want me to do good for my people.
For me, I feel like my ancestors want me to be happy.
I like to see the next 7 generations be free of drug and alcohol abuse, be free of domestic violence, be free of poverty. I I'd like to see the next 7 generations rise up into positions where we can really make a difference. Government, medical, engineering, a lot of entrepreneurs. We're going to need entrepreneurs like what we have here to continue to grow our prosperity so that we can be free.
I'd like to see the next generation of the Native Americans that to really have what they're supposed to have, you know, not in wealth but in health, and to still take care of Mother Earth, you know, because it's taking care of us.
And we're back. Wow. Fox, thank you so much for sharing this powerful film and legacy lineage with us. Do you want to share anything about this for people who are viewing from all over the world?
I think that the thing I would like to share is that the Texas tribes are alive and well, and they haven't gone anywhere, you know. And we are here to stay. We haven't gone anywhere. We're not extinct. We're quite alive and thriving. And I think that what's most important is that there was a genocide, and that when we recognize that there was a genocide, and that then we can move forward and heal as a people. And as long as, you know, we let these voices be heard, and the young people can know who they are and get to have that culture in their hearts and their minds and their bodies, then I feel this movie's done its job. And I mean, of course, there's so much more to tell about each. I mean, there was literally hundreds of bands and tribes here in Texas, and my 75-minute film can't get it all. You know, it's not going to be able to do it all, but it's just a start, you know. And I would encourage anyone who, you know, wants to dig a little deeper to do it, because it's so important for us to uncover the true history of what really happened. It's so important for us as Native people to tell our stories, you know, from our mouth, and that's and that will be a collective healing for all humanity. It's like if we don't know the truth, you know, then somehow, some way, we're not going to be whole again.
Thank you. Those are such important words. Grateful for your sharing. And as we're gathered with people from all over the planet right now, what would you like to say?
So I think it's just it's extremely important in these times, you know, especially with what COVID's brought to us. It's really, I think, opened a lot of people's eyes. Those people that maybe were like, oh, you know, you don't need to fight for clean water. You know, we got plenty of it. There's no, you know, they didn't understand why we were fighting for this water in our backyards, why we are fighting for this water in our backyards still now. And people are starting to understand that, because without that water, we don't have a way to be sustainable in our own communities, in our own backyards, all across this country, all across the world, if that water is polluted. We don't even have a chance to be able to say, okay, we don't have to rely on, you know, the markets and these things. We can have our own little our eco villages, our eco communities. We can't have that if we don't have clean water. Sure, there's ways that we can clean up that water, but not everywhere around the world, in this country and in our communities, in our indigenous communities, do we have those techniques or resources. So in these times, it's very important that we put that water first. Miniwi Choni, that first medicine is that first medicine. And it's very important that we honor and respect that. And I think that if we can do that, we'll be able to grow our own foods. We'll be able to be sustainable in our communities, and we can make it through any trying times that are to come. This COVID epidemic is just a test of what's to come. And we need to be prepared for if things were to get worse. We don't know. The future is inevitable. Change is inevitable. So it's important that we prepare ourselves spiritually, physically, mentally, and on that level.
Thank you for speaking that truth and the giving honor. As we come to close in this particular conversation, I think I'm so grateful to you both for your sharing and for giving honor to the water, to the first medicine that flows through us and is in every heartbeat and is in the music of our life as we're coming together around music and uniting around these concepts. What's real is the blood of life flowing through us and the blood of the earth flowing through us, and that as we cherish and honor and care for that water as that first medicine for us, but also first medicine for restoration, right? If we're respecting the water, we're respecting the earth, we're respecting each other, we're in that space of regenerative offering and awareness. And I want to really appreciate both of you. We look forward to being of support. Please call on us here at the Eco-Conscious Music Alliance. And Fox knows this because we work together. We are in deep respect and gratitude for our indigenous nations all around the world and our indigenous friends. And if there's anything we can be doing to be of support to you, your communities, your lands, your causes, we've done, we work with a lot of different people around the world, and you are each precious to us. Please call on us when we can be of support, and please be welcome on our stage. We do events every month, and look forward to being in community together, and many, many blessings to you and your families.
To all of you as well. Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you. See you soon. Thank you. And we will be right back.
The best thing about music is that it is the commonality that brings people together.
Humans of the world combine, oh, one. The trees are dancing intertwine, oh, one. The seas are singing secrets I will never tell no one. Together, together,
But the most powerful ways to transform our society are those that are deeply embedded in joy, generosity, and our visions for how we want to live.
We're catalyzing our ability to move through this pivotal moment on Earth.
We can develop a story of sustainability that's based on a meta vision that will lead us to our highest aspirations and the highest ways in which we can connect with ourselves and connect with each other.
The sound of human spirit made manifest in human conversation.
I would say the benefit is that you start coming home to yourself, coming home to each other, and coming home to the planet.
Welcome back. That was a beautiful session with Cody and Fox. Beautiful music, beautiful history, important reminders about the lessons from the earth and how crucial it is, especially even more so at this time, for us to pay attention. So you're back live on the Eco-Conscious Music Alliance stage with Lindsay and Lisa. Hello. And I just wanted to remind you all why we're here. We're here because the Eco-Conscious Music Alliance is wanting to connect with you. We want to know what you need. What does your community need? What projects can we help you figure out and support to share your needs with us? Join us either on our Facebook, which is Eco-Conscious Music Alliance, and you can send us a message. You can type in the chat. We'll find you there. Or you can come to our website, which is ema.earth, ema.earth. Ema also means mother, so that's like Mother Earth, which is really cool. So ema.earth, and you can send us a message through the website. We really want to connect with you. We want to hear from you. Additionally, we have our next monthly Global Action concert coming up on June 21st, and you can RSVP for that on our Facebook page. And that way you'll get a reminder when we make updates, and you'll get a reminder when we go live. Our Global Action concerts are a really fun way to connect with musicians and activists and storytellers that we bring live to you wherever you are, in your car, in your garden, in your living room. So please remember to come and join us. And if you can, please donate. You can visit the One Earth Live website, and you go to the donate button, and you have a choice. You can, if you want to donate directly to us, you put artist, and then you type in Eco-Conscious Music Alliance or EMA. And we would really appreciate anything that you have to give to us for our journey. We're a brand new nonprofit, and we are ready to get dirty and do this work to create tangible change making in the world today. We will be right back. We've got a couple of videos from our partners and sponsors. Thank you. Oh, we have a video from Jai.
We do. And before that, we're going to be seeing a really special visit that I was very honored to have with Jai Uttal a day or so ago, who couldn't be with us in person. He's our only recorded session. Everything else on here is 100% live, as you can tell. And he is a internationally renowned and beloved kirtan leader who has uplifted people around the world for decades. And we are very, very honored to share his presence on our stage. Please stand by and enjoy. Welcome. I am so excited to be here today with Jai Uttal, who is a Grammy-nominated sacred music composer, and for so many of us, really embodies the essence of sacred music. He's an instrumentalist and recording artist, vocalist who combines influences from India and American rock and jazz, creating an exotic, multicultural fusion that just touches hearts all over the world. And we could not be more honored to be hosting him here on the Eco-Conscious Music Alliance stage. Jai, welcome.
Well, thank you. And I'm super honored to be here with you and to be here with all of you around the world. And, particularly now, but always, but particularly now, is a time I feel for us all to stay close in our hearts and stay together in our hearts, whilst being, isolated in our homes.
Right. Because we're really one, and yet right now we're having to just reach a little more to feel that. Thank you for helping us feel that together today. And as we deepen into this co-creative, music-catalyzed space, I want to ask you about love and transformation and chanting. And, we know, any of us who've experienced it know that chanting profoundly transforms us and illuminates this depth of being that resonates out to all of our lives. And right now, so many of us being isolated, even more so need that sense of raising our vibration and staying aligned and infused with sacred love. Can you talk to us about how music and chanting can be nourishing to us through these times, how to uplift ourselves and each other?
Yeah, well, I agree with you, and I feel like it's super important. Any music, first of all, we all know that any music that touches our hearts just, awakens our emotions. It doesn't necessarily make us happy, but sometimes it makes us sad, but, it connects us to what's happening inside of us. Mm-hmm. And then what we call sacred music, and I should preface this by saying I do feel all music is sacred when it's coming from the soul intention, But specifically, so many ancient cultures have used music and repetition and community singing as a ritual to connect with spirit and to connect with each other. In India, this art was developed as one of the primary practices of the ancient tradition of Bhakti Yoga, which very loosely translates as devotional yoga, but it's I think of it more as Bhakti as being our personal connection with spirit. And Bhakti Yoga, while sometimes practiced in isolation, is more often practiced in community. And so, my whole life really, but nowadays online, but, my whole life has been about connecting to my inner spirit and healing my inner spirit through song and chant and sharing that process with others. More than ever, I feel the need to connect with the larger community through song and through chanting. I've been doing tons of online live streams and stuff like that, which, are challenging. It's a little odd singing and sharing and not knowing really how it's received. But nonetheless, more than ever, it seems like the service that I can offer. And, we talk about activism, and I am like completely always in awe and in honor of my fellow people that, Greta Thunberg, people like that who are taking it like out to the vast public. But, you know, I do also feel, well, it's like, put it this way. In the Ramayana, ancient story of Rama, the monkeys and bears are building a bridge of boulders to cross from South India to Lanka to free the Divine Mother, Sita, who'd been abducted. And sometime during the fifth day of the bridge building, this little chipmunk comes and he, you know, from his mouth he puts some small pebbles to help build the bridge. And the big monkeys and bears laugh at him. But Rama comes to him and takes him on his lap and he says, you know, anything, any bit of help in this mission, whether it's gigantic or just the teeniest, when it comes from the heart, is equal to me and is equally valuable. So then Rama took his hand and he stroked the chipmunk's back. And from that day on, chipmunks have had stripes on their backs.
Nice.
So, you know, I was not at all thinking of sharing that story, but meaning that each of us, I will say, needs to make an effort to put love and compassion into action. And some of us, that effort, some of us, that action might be very, very small, and some of us, that action might be huge. But all of it adds up to the possibility of saving the human race.
Very, very beautifully put. You know, when we move into that state of grace that is our innate love and live from there, we're co-creating such amazing transformation. Do you want to share anything about staying in that place of love, staying in that resonance of compassion as we move through these challenging times?
Yeah, of course, it's all easier said than done. You know, every day requires a reactivation of our intention and our groundedness. You know, every day. It's not like, oh, we think about this and it happens. You know, and for some people it's easier than others. Some people, particularly now, are alone and very contracted in their isolation. For me, I mean, I get that way as well. I'm not a Superman. But for me, the singing of the divine mantras, you know, the divine names, and also sometimes just the singing of old-timey banjo songs, but particularly the mantras, you know, it dissolves temporarily. It dissolves all my anxieties and all my concerns and allows me to expand my heart and feel both the suffering of everyone and at the same time the hope and the yearning for a world of compassion and a world of connectivity and the world of you know, awareness that we're all, you know, although we're all unique individual souls, we're all on this journey together. And for me, music, and again, particularly the sacred mantras, allows me to connect to that. And then when I share it with others, and I'm so humbled to be able to share it with others, it helps them to connect to that. And, you know, it's especially important now during this, you know, we've all been given a time out by the goddess. But I also feel like it's important all the time, you know, and the intensity of it all right now, in a way, I hope that continues. I don't hope that the virus continues. I don't hope that the quarantine continues. But the awareness of the necessity of us all staying connected and uplifting each other, and, you know, not driving so much and not, you know, all the things that we've been forced to not do that is so amazingly helpful for the planetary healing. I hope that after this passes, I hope that we continue on that course. I don't know if that will happen. Um, human history doesn't make me 100% optimistic, but nonetheless, we got to try our best.
Mhm. When you envision that world where people are living in love and more balance with the earth and compassion and caring with each other, what do you see? What do you feel? And how does music help us enliven that reality?
Well, music is heart, music is community, music is spiritual connection. So one thing that I try to do, we teach these kirtan camps and gather people together and teach them about chanting and sacred music and stuff. And many of the people are complete beginners. But my hope for this is that it will encourage everyone to be able to manifest their inner longings and their inner prayers through song, regardless of what musical skill level they might be on, that everyone has the ability, the innate equipment, how should I say it, to sing their prayers. How do I envision a world in which all that is happening? Well, that's hard to envision, but what I can envision is communities, like smaller communities living in compassion, living in sharing, living in, it's like simple things. Like I go outside maybe to get some sun, and I see my neighbor and he's looking unhappy, so I just chat with him, right? And that's the most easiest thing in the world, and it lifts both of us up. So, I can envision communities developing that. And if enough communities develop that, perhaps it will become a global community. I don't live in a dreamlike utopia where I imagine that's going to happen tomorrow. But I do have a hope that the ripples of every action, every word spoken with love and caring will ripple outward and begin to touch people.
When people often talk, they ask us about the activism that we're doing, and they think we mean standing with a sign. And what we're really talking more about is standing with seeds and standing in our hearts and creating those acts of love and compassion and community building.
Community
really resonate with that. And I wonder if you would like to share a song with us.
Yeah, I would.
Thank you.
I have to say, it's the first time I've ever sung this song for anybody other than my wife, Nubia, who actually helped me write it. I had the music, but I didn't have words. And she said, I have the perfect words for this song. And I probably make mistakes and stuff because it's completely new, like yesterday. And the words are an ancient Sanskrit prayer, which says, from darkness lead me to the light. Let me actually look at this paper and get it for real. Yeah. From the unreal lead me to the real. From darkness lead me to the light. From death lead me to immortality, sitting at your lotus feet. And it's to God, it's to Guru, it's to soul, to Mother Nature, to Spirit. And I'll sing it to you. If I can remember it. How's this sound? Is that too loud?
It's beautiful.
Okay. Asatoma Satgamaya Tamasoma Jyotirgamaya Rityarma Amritam Gamaya Om Shanti Om Shanti Om Shanti Om Asatoma Satgamaya Tamasoma Jyotirgamaya Rityarma Amritam Gamaya Om Shanti Om Shanti Om Shanti Om Jai Gurudev Jai Jai Gurudev Jai Gurudev Jai Jai Gurudev Asatoma Satgamaya Tamasoma Jyotirgamaya Rityarma Amritam Gamaya Om Shanti Om Shanti Om Shanti Om Asatoma Satgamaya Tamasoma Jyotirgamaya Rityarma Amritam Gamaya Om Shanti Om Shanti Om Shanti Om Jai Gurudev Jai Jai Gurudev Jai Gurudev Jai Jai Gurudev Om Guru Om Guru Om Guru Om 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 Guru Om
Shanti. Oh, thank you.
Thank you, and just you're welcome, and thank you. So that was a complete premiere for that song.
Oh, what a gift. So honored to receive that and share it out into the world. Thank you so much. What a beautiful, beautiful sharing. And thank you to your wife.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Who created it.
Yeah, yeah. She's awesome. Nubia Teixeira. So, wow, I guess that's it for now, Lisa. And it's time for me to eat breakfast, believe it or not.
I hope deliciousness is awaiting you in every way, and in your breakfast, and your day, and your journey, So many blessings, so much bright-hearted gratitude to you, Jai. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you, to the whole One Earth Live Festival, and this beautiful thing that they're co-creating with all of us.
Yes, there is hope for the world because we are one Earth.
The best thing about music is that it is the commonality that brings people together.
Humans of the world combine, we're one. The trees are dancing intertwine, we're one. The seas are singing secrets that will never tell no one. Together we're one. Together we're
But the most powerful ways to transform our society are those that are deeply embedded in joy, generosity, and our visions for how we want to live.
We're catalyzing our ability to move through this pivotal moment on Earth.
We can develop a story of sustainability that's based on a meta vision that will lead us to our highest aspirations and the highest ways in which we can connect with ourselves and connect with each other.
The sound of human spirit made manifest in human conversation.
I would say the benefit is that you start coming home to yourself, coming home to each other, and coming home to the planet.
welcome back. We are here with Lindsay and Lisa at the Eco-Conscious Music Alliance Activism stage, where we talk with artists and visionaries, speakers, and change makers about love and action. And we're going to tell you some more information about EMA, and then we are going to be joined by Heidi Little, whose motto is love and action. And it's such a blessing to have her be able to join us today and talk about EMA and her work and share some music with us. So that'll be a real treat.
And we have been so grateful to be part of the One Earth Live Festival, an unprecedented, amazing, and that, truly deserves that word, just an incredible convergence of music and insight and community from all around the world. And here on the live stage with the Eco-Conscious Music Alliance, we're getting to have really intimate conversations with people like Nako and John Butler and Rising Appalachia. And it's just been an incredible moment for our global community to come together and really vision and feel and embody into that space of when we get together around music, whether it's in a live concert or the music coming through a computer or that we're making, that when music generates this incredible energy field that rises us up, that activates us, that charges us up, that incredible peak energy. That's the reason we all love music. It tunes us into that incredible peak life energy. And all the musicians across all the stages today are singing about that, raising that positive energy so we can co-create a brighter future, a world that works for all. And here at the Eco-Conscious Music Alliance, we're offering space for people to come together to collectively answer the question of, well, what's next? Well, how will we actually do that together? And we're doing that not only today on the stage, but that's actually our mission. That's what we do. Do you want to say more about that, Lindsay?
Yes, I do. I really want to say more about it because music has healed my wounded soul. I grew up in New York City and it was tough. I come from a lineage of war survivors with intergenerational trauma, and music has always been safety for me. It's always been safety. It's been transformative. It's been healing, supportive. It's been a friend. It's allowed me to process anger and fear. And from a space where we come together for music, I always think, okay, I would think this for many years. And that's why when Lisa approached me with this vision that she had for Eco-Conscious Music Alliance, I said, yeah, I've been thinking about that for a couple of decades, which is this thought. We come together for music. Music calls us. Music calls us from our hearts, our heartbeat. Our music. I hear an echo. And we come together for music, and we rise up in energy around music. And then what? We go to a festival, we meet with our festival family, we have such a good time, we go to a show, we dance, we get sweaty, we release, we rise up. And then what? We had all this energy, we were with all these people. Even if we were online now, we're with all these people, we're connecting. And then what? We have all this potential brought together, distilled, harnessed, ready. And then what? And it's time to learn better how to take that energy and then what? And then do the work that is so needed in the world. And that is the mission and vision of the Eco-Conscious Music Alliance, and why I'm so proud to be involved with this movement.
Thank you. And thank you so much, Lindsay. This project, we launched officially barely over a month ago, and yet everyone, when we talked to people about it as it was brewing over the last season or so, I can't even think of how many people told me, I have dreamed of this. I've always wanted to do something like this. I've always wished somebody would do this. And we're so excited to be a co-creative space where, you know, our when we chose the Eco-Conscious Music Alliance, and we chose it as an alliance, we wanted that to be a really inclusive space, that we are welcoming people who've always wanted to do this work, people who are already doing this work, people who are rocking this kind of work, and people who've never even thought of it, but as they hear it, that they could be part of a conscious music community around the world and locally, and create positive change together. It sings in their soul. We welcome all of you, and we are so excited to co-create change together. And we're so excited to share this amazing music from around the world. Once a month, on the third weekend of the month, we do a global action concert highlighting eco-conscious musicians from every continent. And it's been an amazing journey. We're now going to be launching in the next month on our website a membership and directory for our musician community. So you'll be able to come to our website and discover all kinds of amazing music. So if you're not already connected with us through our website, that's ema.earth, EMA.earth, or mother, Ema is mother, Mother Earth. And we want to invite you to be sure to contact us to get on, to sign up, to get on our email list, of course, but also to really connect in with us. Let us know your passions, your talents, your needs, as we come together to unite in music and arise in action. And we are so excited to be coming together with people all over the world this weekend.
Absolutely. We have been joined by some really incredible artists. And today we started out with a mantra from Deva Pramal and Mitten, who are joining us from Costa Rica, really talking about the change that music can create in the physical body, how the body reacts to the music, depending on what the music is, and how mantras are our friends, and how we can welcome them to be our friends and heal us, which I thought was incredible. And then we were visited by Nako, talking about music as a catalyst for change, and how it's really the language that speaks to people for healing, and how incredible healing has been, and how incredible music has been in his own healing journey. It's true for so many. It's been a morning. And then J. Ross Perelli came and joined, talking about how the music that she does in working with youth to help them transform their feelings and emotions into something positive, to be able to express themselves, to feel empowered, to go forth from being a youth to being an adult and being in this world. And the thunder is making your lights flicker again, isn't it? I like that. Thunder joined us when we spoke with Fox Red Sky and when we spoke with Cody Blackbird. Wasn't that wonderful? The thunder came as well.
You know, really, and we talked about water and creativity and love as these uniting energies that we all share, that we all depend on, that we all have in common, and a thread that's moved through so many of these conversations is the power of music and the power of creativity, and that space of inspiration that is within each of us, whether we call ourselves a musician, whether we call ourselves anything, that sense of creative potency is deep-seated in the human essence, that our creative brilliance, our innovative genius is a really core part of our human experience, even if it's just in the moment of how will I move? I'm going to move in some kind of way I maybe haven't premeditated, and that creativity is inside me. And as we walk through our day, and especially these days when things are kind of precarious, scary, challenging, traumatic, isolated, that as we move from that place of creativity into all of that mix, we bring hope, and that light of inspiration illuminates through that dark challenge space and starts to bring out possibility. That when we're holding love and hope in our hearts, and we're moving from a sense of creative freedom, that we give ourselves freedom to be creative, to let our innate creativity flow through us. I think that's part of why so many of us just love and even lust after music and new music, and discovering the inspiration that brings forth that aha moment. And it's not just an aha up here, it's an aha here, right? That like heart aha moment of yes, that full body yes. And I want to really give honor and support to the creative spark within each of us, and to take a moment now to come into that space of our own inner inspiration. And I'm going to invite us to take a few breaths and to breathe into the center of ourselves, where that creative spark lives, where we feel that infinite potency within us to come forth in new ways. For some of us, that might be what we see. We see it visually. For some of us, we hear it. It's a sound, it's a word, it's a story, it's a song. For some of us, it's movement. It's very kinesthetic. It's an experience that undulates and pulsates through our body and being. And as we access that part of ourselves where source comes through, where we open that gateway for pure source to come through our creativity, we can envision all kinds of wonderful possibilities that we can then live into. And we want to invite wherever you are in the world, whatever you're going through right now, to take a moment to breathe into that place inside you where creative potency lives, and allow yourself to envision, to hear, to feel the new ways of being, and what that might be like for you. What in your heart's highest vision, your heart's highest song, your heart's highest sensation, what can you imagine a world in balance looks like? Your community in balance sounds like? Yourself in balance feels like? And the wave of positive energy that flows through all of these things, that starts within the heart, that moves into our community, moves into our local and global community, moves through the earth that we are all part of, this one earth. We're honoring today that creative spark. And we want to invite you to go ahead, and if you're on our Facebook or on our chats, to type in, what is your vision? What is that song singing? What are you feeling? What does that look like? Maybe it's an idea that you've had too, that you would love to bring into form for your community, for the land where you live. And we would love to hear about that and co-create together a thriving world that works for all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lisa. I'm going to welcome Heidi Little into our conversation now to talk more about the Eco-Conscious Music Alliance. Hello, Heidi. We can hear you.
Can't see me?
There you are. Hi.
Yay! Can you hear me too?
Totally.
You.
Awesome.
Oh, it's so good to see you today.
Wonderful. What's
So,
happening?
for those who
Having
don't,
lots of light on.
Heidi Little is a vocalist, producer, and a community activist, and she's here today threefold. First, we'll be talking with her about the Eco-Conscious Music Alliance, and then Heidi will be sharing some of her beautiful transformative music with us. And after her music, Heidi and I will talk about her activism, primarily as the co-founder and director of the International Children's Month. So Heidi, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us today. How are you?
I'm really great. Thanks for having me. Yesterday's show was amazing, you guys. I watched it. I loved it. Everyone who was on was fantastic, and your energy and your circle work, and I just adore you guys. Amazing. It's beautiful. Beautiful. Yay. Thanks for having me.
Well, we're so grateful and excited to have you not only present on the Eco-Conscious Music Alliance stage, but on the Eco-Conscious Music Alliance core team.
Yeah, baby. What a beautiful thing, right? I mean, growing food, getting together, community as love in action, music as like facilitation of transformation and all the yummy things that go along with it. And, you know, Lindsay was talking to me earlier about the 13 frequency rainbow corn. And, you know, I thought that might be really fun to talk about because we're talking about gardens and we're talking about, you know, like a few years ago, we couldn't give this stuff away. And it was like, you would plant it, someone would plant it, we'd send it to somebody who would be like, okay, awesome, this person's going to anchor in this new frequency, this peace corn for the children in the new world. And someone would burn or ban Monsanto somewhere on the planet. As soon as they planted it, within a week, there was some kind of action that happened, like a balancing happened, you know? And so it's like, as we plant the corn and the new peace codex into the planet, you know, it's just like bringing this balance to everything. And I just love, you know, how boots to the ground you guys are, you know, because it's like, that's what we have to do, right? We got to be boots to the ground now, because this is serious stuff. This is growing your own food in your house and wherever you are, on your balcony or on your roof or in your yard or, you know, wherever, right? Like people are literally having to figure this out and they're enjoying it.
Yeah.
I see very positive feedback from people about their gardens. They're pretty proud of themselves for their sprouts and their seeds and what they did today. And I don't know. What do you guys figure? That's my, I know, right? As the plant flips across the screen, you know? Ooh. And it's like, you know, what a thing to get excited about.
Yeah, we're excited about seeds. We're excited. You know, the cool thing about the EMA platform is that it's not really about us. You know, we're excited about what we're excited about. And we all have things. We're excited about music. I'm excited about plants. Lisa loves seeds. She's got her yams. You know, we all have these things that spark joy and hope for us.
Thank goodness.
Thank goodness. The platform of EMA is that we are reaching out to our global ambassadors to support what is important for them. We're not trying to say what someone else needs. We are trying to listen to hear what people say they need and then support and help them. This is an alliance. This isn't you know, do this, do that. This is a standing next to you. This is a power together. This is a grow together. This is a weed your own garden so I can help you weed yours. This is growing together and being supportive.
Yeah.
So
sing it, sister. Absolutely. Like sing it. Woo woo. Yeah, absolutely. And you know, that's a movement, right? A movement doesn't happen unless people say, hey, I'm going to do this thing. You know, I'm going to be a part of this thing. I'm going to seek out who else is thinking like this and who else is feeling like this. So you know, Eco-Conscious Music Alliance, like with the music and with the community activations and the gardens and the food. I mean, to me, it's like, I'm just so grateful you guys showed up finally. You know, it's like I met Lisa over her garden. That was the first time I really met her, was in her garden. She had me in her garden picking herbs with other women, and we made special water, I think, or some kind of tonic. We did something. It was a long time ago, but it was amazing. And I just remember thinking, what reverence, you know, for the planet. And that's what I appreciated the most out of that experience, was the reverence that you showed. You know, 'cause I have a very deep connection with the planet, and I love the planet, you know, and it's like, you know, the trees and every blade of grass and everything that's living here. It's just such a blessing for every breath to be alive here, and an honor to be a steward of this place, you know, and I can always do better. I learned so much more from my parents. Like, garden was the strawberry planter 3, maybe, you know, so it's like, and I grew up in Saskatchewan where we had wheat, and Monsanto's came in and shut us down. Like, all the farmers were wearing suits. I remember watching them make the picket signs at the tables, and I was looking over at my friend's house. Her dad was a farmer, and he had all these, you know, all the wheat pool farmer guys would come to his house, and I would sleep over there. And, you know, one night I remember getting up and getting a drink of water, and they were all at the table, and they were very, you know, anxious about what was going to happen. And they were making picket signs, and they were trying to save the wheat pool, Saskatchewan wheat pool. And the next day, you know, they were in the cover of the news. I remember seeing them on the cover of the paper, but they lost. And it was devastating to the community and to their lives, you know, and we still haven't recovered all the farmers. Like, my age group, a lot of people moved away. You know, I'm in Texas now, and I, you know, part of me wants to go get a farm back there and just start with the tractor and do the whole darn thing again, you know, but it's like freezing cold there 10 months out of the year, and I'm kind of babied right now in Texas. So I can grow food, you know, 12 months out of the year here, which is amazing. So I'm totally grateful for where I am. But, you know, just the upbringing that I had made me really conscious that that stuff needs to be protected. Those rights need to be protected. Those freedoms need to be, you know, cultivated and taken care of. And I think that, feel that music and food and community and people and water, you know, like, there it is. So that's why I was like, yeah, I'm totally on board, because, you know, that mission was totally in alignment with everything that I was doing. I never talked to Lindsay about why this was huge to her. Like, what happened to you in your youth that you came? You know what I mean? Like, what happened to you? What's your story that you? I know Lisa's story to a point. You know, how'd you get into this whole bridge with gardens and music and, you know, that community action kind of vibe?
Yeah, you know, some of this is too long of a story for the other.
Well, fair enough.
You know, I'm cognizant that we're here also today to share your music with the world, but in a nutshell, that, you know, I come from a lineage of intergenerational trauma with thousands of years of refugees being driven from their land. And so one of the things that I grew up with was a fear that I would never have land, because I grew up on Turtle Island, but my lineage isn't from here. We're here because my grandparents and parents were refugees from a land that they were refugees in, from a land that they were refugees in, from a land that they were refugees in. So to me, you know, when, and I talked about attachment theory before, because this is my belief of, you know, attachment theory, psychology for humans. When you're taken from something that is your safe place, the human reaction is to go back to it. And so being born into a family where access to land, to just have a little parcel of earth to tend, was removed over and over and over again. All I wanted my whole life was to just have a little land to tend. And I was introduced to a marigold plant when I was about 5.
Yay, marigold. Uh-huh.
And she just spoke to me, her beauty, her, you know, kind of musky, sour, bitter scent, and I just
Yeah.
loved her so much. And so those themes have, you know, come through my life and my, you know, wounded childhood music. Lisa and I were just talking before how music was really a salvation and a safe place to me. So those things kind of aligned, and you know, having a place to grow plants has always been meaningful for many years. I didn't have my own land, so I just grew things in pots, and like, anyone who knows me well knows that if I'm on a road trip, there's a plant on my dashboard. Like, I take plants with me when I travel because they're my friends.
Allies. Yeah, baby. Uh-huh. Aw, that's lovely. Someone gifted me a big bag of marigolds up in New York when we first moved there, and that was the first thing I grew there. So I know your feelings about marigolds too.
Well, thanks for asking about some of my story. You know, I think
I love you. That's good. I want to know more. I'm looking forward to the discovery and the journey. Thank you for being Ema.
Yeah.
Thank you for being Ema, Eco Conscious Music Alliance. I love what you guys have done so far this weekend. I think it's
we love having you as part of the team. We really
yay. I'm honored.
Speaking your wisdom. And speaking of Heidi, I would Lisa, I don't know if there's something else that you want to say before we move to the musical portion of Heidi Little.
Absolutely. Well, I'm just noticing our timing that we talked for a little while, and I'm just going to point, you know, all of us at a noticing of the timing. And then, you know, for me, that space where music catalyzes our love and action and brings that core resilience through and that caring and compassion through, I think Heidi and her work and her music really embodies that. So I just want to honor that space and welcome your song.
Yay! Thanks, Lisa.
So much.
Excited.
I would like to share a little bit more about.
I'm gonna mute myself.
Okay.
I love you.
Love you. Thank you.
Yay.
So for those of you who don't know the musical side of Heidi Little, I would like to share that she is a Canadian-American international award-winning vocalist, songwriter, and performing artist. She's the producer of We the World album compilation featuring 13 international artists. And she has put out many albums and continues to release tracks, all created to support love and empowerment for her global family, to raise consciousness and love in action. In fact, love in action is her motto. Heidi, what songs will you be sharing with us today?
Well, Miss Lindsay, for sure I'm going to do the new one. I'm going to debut the new single. It's not released yet, but I thought, you know what, this is perfect. So it's called Rivers, and it's a short one. It's only 2 minutes and 50 seconds. So, you know, it's a nice short little ditty. Do you think we have time for two, or should we just do one? What do you think? Should we do two?
Yeah, let's check in real quick after your first one, but I think we've got time.
Okay, sounds good. All right, cool. So I'm going to do the same setup as I did the last time we were together. So I'm going to plug in my mic, and I just want to make sure I'm here and that you guys can hear me still after I do it. So hold on. Okay. All right. Do I have the... Okay, great. Can you guys hear me? Can somebody give me a high five or a hands up or something to let me know that we're good? We're good? Okay, great. Yay. All right, here we go. Oh, yeah, here we go. Eco Conscious Music Alliance. Okay, yay, I'm happy to be here. And this is the new song called Rivers. I hope you like it. Rivers of love running through my life, mountains of light so strong inside a high forest of knowledge.
we finally made it. And I am what I am, and you are what you are, and we are your love, and we'll be what we'll be, and the future will bring us more pure love. Rainbow prisms, our hearts alight, keeping it open, love takes flight. We are rising. I love you and you love me. Together we can do anything. Unite uniquely. And I am what I am, and you are what you are, and we are your love, and we'll be what we'll be, and the future will bring us more pure love. And you are what you are, and you are a shining star, and we are pure love, and we'll be what we'll be, and the future will bring us more pure love. Radical love, radical love. Ooh.
I love your new
I
song.
love you. I can't hear you because I have that microphone
Oh,
plugged into the thing. So should we do one more? Keep
Okay.
going? Okay, here
yeah.
we go. All right. And I hope that the balance is okay, yeah, between the voice and the guitar. All right. Love and light all around. It's okay? So far, so good? Okay, rock and roll. Yay. Okay. Let's see here. Well, I'm all about the transformation, and I really feel like what we have going on here is a total opportunity to just grab that brass ring and go for it and grow for it. So, blessings to your water and my water. Here we go. Who knows what tomorrow brings? Now I'm wrapped up tight with you. Hope and love go on for eternity. Treasure every moment that I have with you. Butterfly. Days and times like this, there's bumps in the road. Taking it as it comes along. Can you feel the light and laughter grow? Vanish on the war, then the love is won. Butterflies, you're free to fly. We are sitting on a gold mine, soaking up the sunshine. We are sitting on skies, free to fly. Sky high, fly, sky high.
Heidi Little, thank you so much.
Thanks, Lindsay.
It's deeply beautiful, and it's also, it's really uplifting and freeing. I love that butterfly song.
Let's do it, man. This cocoon's tight. I'm like, oh, come on, babies. Let's spread our wings, right? I know. So many good people coming together too. And Nori Huddle, who's a friend of mine, she wrote this book called The Butterfly Effect, and it was like how the whole world would come together like a big butterfly. You know, all those imaginal cells, each person as an imaginal cell coming together to form a humongous butterfly transformation. Just love it.
Oh, so amazing.
Yeah.
You know, I love how your lyrics really reflect the activist in you. And
Right? Well, you had this person on last night, and he said it's so good. I don't know what his name was, but I loved him. And he said, you know, if I was going to put my face on the cover of an album, there was going to have to be something seriously good attached to it. You know, like to be that egocentric. You know, it's like, yeah, absolutely. So that's why I made International Children's Month too, Lindsay, is because there has to be something to balance out all that, you know, like.
Yes, and I wanted to talk about that. So what I want to share with our global audience is that Heidi is the co-founder and director of the International Children's Month, which is June, which
Yay.
is next week for the whole month. And it's free. It's yearly thematic activity platforms. The mission is to empower children across the planet in love and care and respect. There couldn't be a mission closer to my heart.
Yay!
Yeah, I also want to share that Heidi holds a master's in advanced social emotional learning and performance arts education, and known for her work as a self-love and empowerment educator. I feel like that's super important. And what's really cool is that the Eco-Conscious Music Alliance, you know, we do our monthly global action concert. So June 21st, we will be centering on International Children's Month and celebrating with you, Heidi, and supporting you all the way. We are so excited to be part of Children's Month this year. Can you tell us a little bit about some of your plans this year? And then most importantly, how can people plug in to support Children's Month?
Yeah, that is the most important part. So it's a mission, you know, and so hopefully 8 billion of us could get behind that mission, because I feel like it's worth it. Children in love, care, and respect across the planet. So if you feel anything at all about that, then whatever you feel empowered or impassioned or wanting to do, we want to raise consciousness that it is International Children's Month. We want to raise the bar for love, care, and respect of how we're being in our own lives and how we are in our communities. It's hard with the pandemic right now, and a lot of people are all of a sudden finding themselves like homeschool parents, right? So we have 8 years of free thematic activity platforms on the web, which is internationalchildrensmonth.com. And so it goes through, the first year was peace, second year was water. So all these are like, have all these activities to do, and, you know, different partner organizations just for different mentors that we showcase throughout the years. So peace, water, earth was a big one, did lots of gardening stuff. Then we did create and play, game on. So how to play together. Then we did whole being, body, mind, and spirit. And then we did self-love and cooperation. And then we did taking it to the streets. And you know what happened in 2019? The kids took it all the way. You give them some power, and oh my goodness, look at that, right? Like just a little bit of support, and look what happened. Just imagine if we all are supporting them, we're totally going to save the world. And then this year is the miracle.
And I swear to God, I just sit down and I say, Spirit, what should the platform be this year at the end of the year? And then it just pours out of me. And then that's what it is. And then there's 2 grandparents that help me run it. The core team is a couple of grandparents, grandfather Bob Challenger, who helped create the Campaign for the Earth back in the 70s, and grandmother Crossbear. She's a Ojibwe grandma, Noko. She does great story time. So, and then we just added a whole teen team. So they're going to be running all the social media, TikTok dances, all kinds of fun things. They've got art competitions and dance competitions. And all, you know, they're getting jiggy with it. So it's all good. And we're just supporting them, whatever they want to do. And then we brought on a webmaster, web goddess mistress, Alana Boyd. She's helping us with designing a guide. So right now we're getting a guide together. There's going to be a guide, internationalchildrensmonth.com/2020, I think is what it's going to be. Anyway, and so we're going to feature everything. So there's a water blessing on the 11th. There is, oh my God, there's so much stuff. We have Velvet Code, who is the remixer for Lady Gaga, is doing a special concert for Pride Week at the end of the month, 27th. It's going to be do a big Pride concert. Of course, we have EMA, and we're going to hook up hopefully with World Peace and Prayer Day through digital smoke signals for the biggest day, which is the 21st, June 21 at 1:11 p.m. This is our 8th annual Children's Global Wave of Love. And so we come together collectively in our own heart and our own time zone to intention and send forth children across the planet in love, care, and respect. And it starts in New Zealand and it ends in Hawaii. And it is such a beautiful thing. And for days, the world glows. Seriously, it just glows. And you can literally, if you're into energy, you can surf it. It's pretty fun. And I heard Unity, we're World Unity Week, Unity Earth, We the World, EMA, are some of our key partners of Dr. Emoto's Peace Project, Children's Peace Project. We always love him. And so they're doing an Aboriginal wave 2 days before. So all the Aboriginal elders on Earth for 2 days before the wave will be starting another prayer wave. So 4 days of prayer, huge. So there's gonna be all kinds of stuff. And we just want people to go live, you know, talk to whatever they feel called to do, go live, make pictures, have dances, play music. There's gonna be concerts throughout the month, all kinds of stuff.
Is your hashtag International Children's Month, #International Children's Month?
Yeah, the teen girls are getting on to me about it being so long. The hashtag we used for a long time was ICM Love Earth.
Okay.
So the acronym is ICM. And so I said, well, what about INT Children's Month? So yeah, pretty much. You can put International Children's Month in there and it'll happen. You can also put in Global Wave of Love and it'll happen too.
Like your teens will guide you well there.
Oh, God bless them. Absolutely. They already are. You know, they mapped it all out. They had it done in like 2 days. They're like, this is what we're doing. They're doing seminars. They have 3 different seminars planned. So they're going to talk about what International Children's Month is. And they're going to talk, the next one's going to be like, how do we get involved? And the next one's going to be like, what are we going to be doing ongoing? You know, this kind of thing. So they want to keep it rocking and rolling, which is really great.
So good.
And then we've got our EMA concert and who knows what else. There's all kinds of stuff pouring in. So I'm very curious to see. And it's going to be, we're trying not to book like more than 1 or 2 things on a day because, you know, we want people to actually get some good traction with whatever it is that they're doing.
It's going to be really spectacular and it's needed more than ever, especially to elevate the youth voice, the future caretakers and future ancestors of this earth. So I'm very excited that you were able to join us today, Heidi,
Thank
to talk
you so much.
Activism and your music. And we will be back with Heidi again and working with International Children's Month.
So blessed.
You so much.
Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. Blessings for the rest of the night. I'm going to watch now. So. Yay! Have fun. Thanks for having me. Oh, and people can go to HeidiLittle.com to come find me too and some music, right? The new single is going to be out, I think like June 10th or something like that is the date.
Cool. In June too. Also releasing a new song in June. So.
Yay! And hopefully a new video too. The green screen came today. We'll see what I can do with it. It's been a while.
It's that thing. We got to balance it out. So keep on balancing. Here we go. Thanks for all the action work the people out there in the world are doing. We can't do it without you. I don't want to be alone. I love that we're all together. So thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yay. Much gratitude. Peace.
The best thing about
Okay.
music is that it is the commonality that brings people together.
Humans of the world combine. Oh, the trees are dancing intertwine. Oh, the seas are singing secrets I will never tell no one. Together,
Welcome. Wow, that was so special to get a world premiere of a Heidi Little song. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, Heidi. So much big love out to you. I am just so grateful to be here with you all from around the world, connecting and uniting through music, arising in action. We have been talking all weekend and sharing music with incredible artists and activists, musicians from all over the world. And we've been talking about how will we bring that into form when that incredible music uplifts us? Then what? How do we co-create with our local communities to grow projects that serve the resilience of that local community? And what Eco-Conscious Music Alliance is doing is helping to bring together a global network of hubs, of EMA hubs, with people all over the world creating change-making projects, small and large, in their local communities, and with the support of the Global Eco-Conscious Music Alliance. And right now we get into really the concepts of what does that mean? How do we make community sustainability projects? What is local resilience? And most importantly, what might that look like? So I am just beyond thrilled to be welcoming Scott Howard. Hi, Scott.
Hi, Lisa. Good to see you.
So nice to see you. Welcome.
Thank you.
I'm so glad we get to connect today. Thank you. Well, for those of you who don't know Scott, he is one of our beloved teachers with Sustainable Living Guide, which is another organization that I have the honor of running, bringing together leading experts and authors from all over the world to create online classes across the whole spectrum of sustainable living. And some of those teachers are generously crossing over into the Eco-Conscious Music Alliance realm to help us co-create projects and design to support communities around the world in cultivating their own resilience and gathering around music and arising in action together. And I'm so grateful to Scott for being here. He is an ecological designer, a consultant, and teacher. He's an artisan and builder, a natural builder. And his company, Earth in Hand Building. And he's brought forward these incredible whole systems, forward-thinking designs into life for decades. And we could not be more excited to start to talk about even deeper about what does community sustainability look like. So welcome, Scott.
Thanks, Lisa. This is really fun. Yeah, I've been really enjoying some of the music you guys are putting out there today.
Pretty epic.
Thanks to Mike Love. Yeah, so I mean, community sustainability, resiliency, we need that. We're going to move into the future here. And I feel that I've been waiting for this time to come ever since I decided to get into this topic, like way back in the 90s. You know, I studied culture, and I decided that the best way to improve human ecology, the way that we live with nature currently, is to get deeply into what our culture is. How do we interact with each other, and how do we interact with the earth, our mother, you know? And so I picked natural building because it's kind of a no-brainer. It's one of those things that is, to me, obviously very easy for everyone to access, obviously very easy for us to come together in a very intuitive way, in a cultural way, and we can then shape our space, and our spaces architecturally and artistically then come back and shape us, right? You know, it shapes what we can do in the space and what happens thereafter. So, you know, it's important to always remember that when you're talking about nature and ourselves, to me, it's all about a holistic approach, holism. How can we be whole? How can we show up as whole human beings? And so my tagline, or my motto, if you will, is, you know, natural building is the realignment of our space with Mother Nature, which would include our consciousness with Mother Nature. So, and it's important to remember that natural building is always a part of, and really I see it as a subset of what we might call permaculture, the larger cultural framework for how we can live permanently in harmony with the earth, as we always have. Yeah.
That's right. It's our ancestry, is people living in balance with the earth and each other, and we know because we survived, and we wouldn't have otherwise.
We come from a long line of survivors. Yeah. That's right. Yeah. Give thanks to all the ancestors, and truly. Yeah, they're all here with us. So
that's right. And you know, as we're moving into these times where it's just imperative, it's no longer fringe, it's no longer optional, to be cultivating community resilience together with our local communities. The Eco-Conscious Music Alliance is mobilizing local hubs all around the world. We're helping people come together, even during social distancing, to be able to gather enlivened through music and find each other in this network of music lovers and come together with support to co-create local sustainability projects. And some of those are things that we're offering design for to be adapted. And some of what we're offering is more of, which I think is the more important, frankly, is the support for how to develop community resilience projects out of their local community to look at what are the needs of the community, how can they be met, and have this global platform supporting them. And I think one of the most important starting points, as we're coming from this seeing the whole and that whole systems design space, is to just start asking some questions. And as people get together, maybe people who have never thought about this sort of thing before, like, what does it mean to create community sustainability? And they might not self-identify as a leader, like maybe I can't do that, but really when we come together, we can. And I think having those seed concepts to start thinking about as people start to just even vision, what might a community sustainability project look like? Do you want to speak into some of the questions they might be asking themselves?
Well, sure. I mean, ever since the early 2000s, when I started doing some community organizing through the City Repair Project and the Village Building Convergence, there's lots of people that are wondering, what am I supposed to be doing? We just want to bring our neighborhood together, and we sort of offer them some guidance. Back then we would just hold their hand through the process and get in touch with everybody on the block, within a certain radius, and then have meetings. And it's really pretty straightforward. I mean, it comes from people's natural, innate tendency to gather. And it's ironic we're talking about gathering, and we're here gathering online sort of right now, but it's the new thing, and we have to keep gathering in any way we can. So it's great. But the Village Building Convergence, for example, although I'm not participating currently, I helped out for, I don't know, 5, 6, 8 years, something like that. And it's really wonderful, and it really had a big impact globally. And it's still going on. Even this year, it's going to happen online. But people are going to be wondering, usually when they first start out, how do I talk to my neighbors? How do I make a gathering? It's just simple things. So we would go and knock on doors. We would flyer. We would have potlucks and discussions and meetings and facilitate meetings. And I mean, I can't say I'm an expert, community organizer, but in a way, over many years, every time I host a cob building project or any kind of natural building project, it gathers a temporary community around that project. It always ends up being more about the people for me than anything else. And I've learned a lot from that process. So I think temporary community is kind of where it's at, and it's how things get done. And although there's a permanent community, always, I'm talking about there's temporary, intense alliances built around something, whatever we are accomplishing at the moment. And that's great. I mean, you see it with like the Amish community, and they have a barn raising, and it's no different than that. And it's really in our blood.
It really is. And, one of the things that I'm excited about with EMA is that we had, before COVID, planned to roll out this organization that helped people network into local hubs and connect together online as well as in person. So we had an infrastructure when a lot of people were kind of scrambling for how do we do community building when we can't get together, because I'm very physical. I love those community gatherings. I bring my tea and my drum and we're good to go. And we can go create amazing things together, right? But right now, I think, one of the interesting concepts in this time is that some people feel like we're going to wait. Like when we come back out in the world, we'll start doing these things together. And what, we're really feeling with EMA is there is no time to wait. I mean, it's fine to do your inner space, but as far as like waiting till the pandemic is over to do climate action, we don't have time for that. There's things that need to be taken care of, or to do community sustainability work. So we're bringing people together through an online platform to gather in community in new ways. And we're kind of inventing it as we go, right? With that human spirit of community, that longing for community, that knowing that we are very much tribal beings, and we long for that space of connectedness and co-creation, and the joy of creating together, culture, food, the caring for our extended community, our extended local family, and the earth that we're all part of. I think something that's really beautiful with the work that you do is the connection of co-creation with the earth. How do we live in a way that is not power over, but power with the earth? How do we co-create with natural materials, with mindfulness of the earth where we live, that we're really moving from a space of being part of the earth rather than feeling like we own the earth, and able to create our home space, our community space, a cob oven, a way of living that is in a shared depth of connection with the earth. And do you want to talk a little bit about earth connection and what that looks like as we vision these new ways of being, or take action in building?
Yeah, that's so beautiful. So well said. I know from my experience that nothing great ever happens without that connection, that the eco psychology, the eco philosophy, and it's also something that we feel in every aspect. So we feel what to do next, and it gets, maybe some people think it's a little airy fairy or something, but really when I'm on a building site and I have my design and I've thought it through, and it's very mental when it's on paper and you can imagine really well, but then when you get there and you're in person and you're using your body and you're creating something with the rest of your people who are there, then the magic happens. And as a group of folks, intuitively, you can listen to whatever needs to happen next. And that's really all there is to it. I don't know what to say. It's when you get there, then maybe it's, for me, even down to very technical things like the engineering, which is, this is we're taught that, that has to be completely a left brain process. But I found in my experience that actually you'll get cues from the experience of working in a group and nature of the site of where you're working, and also the materials themselves. You'll get some kind of a cue. And if you listen closely, it will tell you, maybe you need to move that window over 6 inches to the left. Or you realize, we really want to have this extra buttress on the building so that we feel safe, even if it wasn't in the original plan. So to be perfectly honest, use intuition in every aspect, even things like engineering. And, it's great. I think that's how our ancestors did it.
I think so too. I love that aspect that, all the planning is wonderful, and then we listen, right? And then we listen. And I see we have Lindsay Friedman about to join us. Lindsay is not only our artist relations manager for Eco Conscious Music Alliance, she is a gardener and a community organizer. And as we start to wrap up this conversation, I'm guessing you're in here because we're at time where we're noticing the time as well. Lindsay, I wonder if you would help us bring this conversation together with the concept of doing online community organizing. And some of the concepts, like we love to gather. We're all I think very kinesthetic. It just all three of us are fairly like kinesthetic. We want to feel the cob. We want to feel the earth. We want to feel the people around us.
Right.
And while we're doing this community gathering and community co-creation of sustainability projects around the world, what are some of the key factors that help us be able to do that online?
Yeah.
And I'll invite Lindsay to speak to that.
So I think, to be most respectful to Sahida Apsara, who's joining us, I would love to answer that question after her set. And so, because it's a long answer, in a nutshell, we start with ourselves, just like Nako said this morning. You can meet with yourself and your guides and your ancestors, and that's where you start. And so I think I have a lot to say on this topic, and I want to definitely answer your question. But I think, the concept is that you start with where you are, with what you have around you, and using the internet as a tool for connecting can be really, really powerful, as we've seen over the last couple of months, and as lots of businesses and organizations and communities are pivoting. So yeah.
So we're going to, after our next set, we'll talk more about that pivot and how we're doing that with EMA. And I want to really thank and appreciate Scott. The formation of what our set was going to look like today shifted and pivoted a few times, and you were very flexible, very grateful for that. This has been an amazing co-creative space to hear from people all around the world. And we just have so much appreciation for the knowledge that you're carrying, gratitude for your teaching with Sustainable Living Guide and helping support EMA as we're emerging and coming out to serve the world. Thank you so much, Scott. Is there anything, I know we're going to wrap up, but I want to honor Scott's space. Is there anything you want to say to close?
I just want to say I'm so proud of all of you and all that you're doing and us, and thanks for including me. I'm super honored and looking forward to more collaborations, and
yes,
it's really wonderful.
Many more collaborations. Thank you.
Thank you
Thanks,
so much,
Lindsay and Lisa. Thank you.
Thank you. Love to you.
Oh, it is my pleasure to welcome in one of my very favorite artists and activists. Uh-oh, she just hopped off. Give me just one moment while I get her back in here. So we are going to be hearing from Sahida Apsara, who is an incredible singer and poet. And I am very, very excited to meet with her today to talk about music and activism, and really using music as an opportunity to heal yourself and move forward through difficulties. Hello.
Hey, hi, Lindsay.
Hey, Sahida, how are you?
I'm good. Hello, world.
Great.
How you guys doing
Hello.
out there? And this is Ben.
Hi, Ben.
Hello, Ben.
Hi, dog.
Are we
Awesome.
live, Lindsay? Not yet.
We are live. I just want
Ooh.
so much for joining us today on the Eco-Conscious Music Alliance stage, where we're talking about music and activism and one love in action. Your music and your life story and the work that you do is exactly what we have created this organization for. And so it's really an honor to welcome you onto the stage.
Thank you for having me so much. Yes.
So for our global audience who may be meeting you for the first time, I just want to share a little bit of information about you. And then I know you have a beautiful song prepared for us today, so I'll let you get to that. So I want to share that Sahida is a multidisciplinary artist with a degree in creative arts and performance studies. She is passionate about telling stories of transmuting pain into power and crafting poems and lyrics that will emblazon the heart with hope and positivity. After challenging and wounding childhood experiences, Sahida began crafting poetry out of the broken pieces of herself to become whole again, finding that her purpose is to create art that uplifts, to guide and inspire others to shine, create, and express themselves. She will be sharing the song Radiant Star with us right now. Thank you.
I haven't heard that bio in a long, long time.
It was so beautiful. It was like poetry in itself, you know?
Yes. Yes, it's why I want to do what I do. So shall we get into it?
Yeah, go for it. Thank you so much.
You ready, baby?
Yeah.
Sending love to the worldwide family. Here from Olinda in Melbourne town. Some people just behind your back and then they call you a friend. Some are good at pretending and then they do it again. Some people poison there be fire and you gonna get burned. Little flower, it's about time that you learn that your life is blessed, your vibe is fresh, and negativity is toxic if you let them crash into your temple, your holy temple. Protect your vessel, you are the holy lioness. Only word to test. Know your truth and free your mind and truly love yourself. Never doubt yourself. Pick up book up on the shelf and educate yourself. Truly, truly love yourself. Some of them are gonna come and dim your light inside. Make you feel like it's not alright to be who you are. You're the radiant star. Mama, just be who you are. You're the radiant star. Just be who you are. You're the radiant star. Mama, just be who you are. You're the radiant star. You are the key, you are the lock. You have the power but can block your own sunshine from shining on you. You are the seed, you are the soil. Put the hard work in your toil. Help your petals bloom. Pay no heed to their bad vibes and the hypocrisy. Wasted energy to try and make a blind man see. Those who hate fight their own inner wars. Don't take on what's not yours. Focus your mind on those who celebrate who you are. You're the radiant star. Mama, just be who you are. You're the radiant star. Just be who you are. You're the radiant star. Mama, just be who you are. You're the radiant star. Reckless consolation of self. Little sister, never doubt yourself. Comparison is the thief of self-worth, and you've been worthy since before you were. One of a kind, oh, you know you are. So please don't let them get you down. Let your light shine, oh, you golden star. The world needs you now more than ever. One of a kind, oh, you know you are. So please don't ever let get you down. Let your light shine, oh, you golden star. The world needs you now more than ever. Just be who you are. You're the radiant star. Mama, just be who you are. You're the radiant star. Just be who you are. You're the radiant star. Mama, just be who you are. You're the radiant star. Surround yourself as much as you can with people that love you, that see you, that celebrate you, people that help you shine, people who will always have your back, people who always remind you that dark clouds and rain fill up rivers and drains. They help clouds to grow and clear blockages to flow again. So keep flowing, keep shining, surround yourself with your tribe, people who will always remind you that you are a radiant star. Yes, yes, yes.
Thank you, Radiant Stars.
Oh, you're so welcome. Thank you, Ben. Big love to Ben, always holding it down for my self-expression. What a
Yes.
good man.
Yes, you're a great pair.
I love you. Okay.
Thank you, Ben. That is awesome. Thank you so much for bringing your radiant light to our.
Oh, my pleasure. I mean, it's such an honor, to just feel that you are not alone. In these times you can feel like that, and you might just have enough energy to connect with people in your inner circle, but then to be out there, in
Yes.
the wide world,
Yes.
just feeling like this festival is amazing.
Yes, this festival
Yes,
has
what an
been.
amazing concept.
Yes, the platform is wonderful because right now, at least what I have noticed, I don't know if you've noticed the same thing, but with being asked to be physically separate from our community, it's hard, and so people,
Yes.
I think more than ever, are really needing ways to connect and
Exactly.
feel in community.
Yeah. And even, going out and seeing your friends and not being able to just feel comfortable to be who you are if you're a hugger, if that's how we relate with humans through touch, and and how can we do that with our energy now more than ever, how can we just
Yes.
yeah.
Like, I have to give mind hugs. I'm a hugger, so I really relate to that. And I've even thought, like, okay, when will it be safe for me to just hug people again? Because maybe there'll be a time when we can start being with friends, but maybe we still want to have distance. So
Yes.
I give mind hugs, and hug
Yes.
people with my energy. So,
Yeah, I mean, I still hug my close friends. It's just that when I meet someone that I know in a supermarket, I don't know where they're at,
yeah.
and I just want to respect everyone's boundaries. Yeah,
Yes.
but yeah,
Yeah.
it's true. Mind hugs, I like that.
I just came up with
Yes,
that. Thank you
soul
for the
hugs.
inspiration.
Yeah, good one.
So, the times are different with the COVID pandemic, and I'm just wondering, how has life been different for you? I know that you use your music as a platform for helping people feel so empowered to heal themselves and feel energetic and feel hope again. And so,
Yeah.
are you noticing a difference in what you're called to do during these times?
Yeah, I mean, it's such an interesting time because like just before this whole COVID thing happened, I started going back into teaching again. I run community programs with young people from refugee or migrant backgrounds, and I use poetry and spoken word as well as songwriting as a means to get them to open up, to talk about struggles with identity or trying to find confidence in themselves, like, anywhere from 12 to 16-year-old young people.
Yes.
And when you're in that space and you're one-on-one and you can actually feel their energies, and you can do like all of these activities where I get them to sing or to just play silly games where they're really vocalizing, and I get them to write a prompt. I mean, I write a prompt and I get them to write about their experiences growing up or things that are challenging to them. So we sit in a circle and we're able to bounce off each other, and we're able to like hear our voices in unison. And that is so powerful, And so I've been asked to do the same, to do the same workshop, and it's just not the same energy,
Mhm.
So and there's lots of them out there, It's interesting that now that's inundated with workshops, and so I feel like it's a time where I'm just coming into myself and creating work, creating poetry that will touch other people. I don't know if you've came across the last one I did. It's called Prayers for My Daughters.
I have not come across that one.
Yes. So it's just a poem about praying for the well-being and of all the young people out there, and hoping that in this time they find the support that they need, that they have the strength to reach out when they need to. And it goes on for 8 minutes, but I feel like with this time, the best way I can use my time is to create works that can touch people and inspire them, and if they're in a dark place, to just shine a little bit of light for them to be able to see through this moment to the other side where it's brighter.
Yes. Well, thank you for doing that. Thank you for listening to that calling, because I think you're right on, because when I listen to your music and your lyrics, I do feel hope and I do feel empowered. And that is such an important thing. We've had artists on our stage all weekend, and one of the themes that has kind of run throughout the weekend is that artists are truly essential workers right now, because our hearts are kind of broken, and people are losing family members, people are losing livelihoods, people are separated,
People are scared.
they're scared. And so musicians whose music is uplifting and gives you that gift of hope, that's frontline work. And so the Eco Conscious Music Alliance, I know from everybody at EMA, we thank you for that work, because we came together for music. What saved us and brought us together is music, and we feel very strongly that we need to support music and arts more than ever right now, when the money for the arts is drying up. We're like, no, we need the arts now.
Exactly. And like bands, huge bands, or even your independent artists, like no one's working, but it's the testament to how powerful our passions are. Because even if there's fear of like, oh, how are we going to pay the mortgages, will the government keep helping us, with financial aid, even though that's always in the periphery. But when you actually stop for a minute and ask yourself, what has always been important in your life, what has always been the thing that will remind you that no matter what happens, I can handle this, and no matter what happens, I'm grateful. And music has always made us feel like that. Like, wow, what an honor that I'm able to, for me, it's such an honor to be able to do it with my partner, because it's always my dream to help myself, first of all, transmute my own pain, because I grew up, with this story of trauma, and as a teenager you kind of embellish your trauma, so that was my identity for a really long time, like, oh, this happened to me, and you kind of like live with that identity all through my 20s. And then I came across musicians that were so light filled, and they were singing about positive songs, and just being in their presence and listening to the words really changed something just by being around them. And I realized like how healing this is, and slowly through the years, it took a couple of years, but I felt healed. I mean, it was a combination of everything else, like, being proactive with your own self-care and yoga, meditation, looking and deconstructing my own ego and understanding it all. But music was such a huge component of it. And I've always dreamt like, wow, if only I can, be with a partner who totally gets this drive, this, it's not even an ambition, it's a calling. It's like, I have to do this to feel like my life is fulfilling. And then I meet someone who's also on the same journey and has that same compulsion to create from this place. So we've just been, with our babies, just writing songs, and because he's not working and then not touring, we get one day on, one day off, because when he's off touring, it'll be me with the girls. Which is something that I'm so honored to be a mom. Like, I don't complain about it. Like, I do it joyfully, but to have him take on some of the load, and I get to be in the studio and write my own songs and poetry, and both of us being able to use this time to get stronger as creative people, and as artists, and as I don't know, change makers. I guess we always want to change what we're not happy about, in the current paradigm with
legislation or with, people's inability to speak just comfortably, around difficult issues like race or gender, and being an interracial couple, and like our own struggles with that, and how we're able to have such open and candid conversations, and how do we then translate it, with our communities to help curate those conversations. You know what I mean? So it's been a very interesting, uplifting time, even though it's a crazy time as well.
It is, it's funny. I think that the human spirit really wants to find the silver lining in the cloud because we have to survive, and we're in the wounded time right now. We're in the trauma. We're in it right now. And so,
Yeah.
in order to get through it, we have to compartmentalize to a certain extent and say, all this is going on, and still I need to do my everyday. I need to wake up and be a mom. I need to be there for my kids. I need to grow my garden. I need to make the food. I need to be with my community and support and do these things. So, I think
Yeah.
the human psyche, to a certain extent, not to dismiss the severity of what's happening, but so that we can survive the day to day, looks really
Yeah.
for that silver lining. We
Yeah.
spoke
Absolutely.
yesterday with Al Fresh the Lion, and one of the things that he mentioned that I find really similar in your music and art is he said, I realized that it was imperative for me to make something out of everything that I did. And there was a real responsibility that he felt in his lyrics and in the music that he
Yeah.
put out. And I really see that in your music and your poetry as well, that you're
Yeah.
always standing up for community, standing up for people that may not have as much of a voice or a platform. And I wondered if you wanted to talk a little bit about some more of your activism work. I know you've done a lot of speaking engagements with different communities and for different
Yeah.
organizations.
Yeah, I was really, really active all through my 20s, and in my early 30s as well. I started a organization called Sisters for Sisters, and that is a collective of female performers, singers, fashion designers, DJs, and the whole concept behind it is for us women from privileged backgrounds to come together and create a banging, badass entertainment event. And it's such a cauldron of such powerful mamas that we always packed out the rooms, and every single episode, we'll call it, every single event is an episode. So every single episode is dedicated to a different women-led organization or cause, and those organizations are led by women that we knew personally on the ground. So the whole concept is to build a bridge to feel like we can, fund certain projects without feeling like, oh, it might go to, administration fees, all the things that make people feel a lot more hesitant to give, take money out of their pockets because they're like, oh, it might actually not get to the people that we're trying to get it to. So with this organization, it goes to women in India that are, working on their sewing machines, women that are widows, and women that are not able to get back into society for whatever reason. So I ran that with a group of other women, and then I also ran an organization event called We Run with Wolves, and that's a spoken word and music event that will I invite women from different cultural backgrounds to speak about things that they have transcended in themselves. And for me, it's very important to bring voices of women of color, because when I came to Australia, I was only 21 when I came here, and I was always trying to fit in, because I didn't actually feel empowered yet in myself, and I was just looking. I didn't have the inner foundation to embrace who I am and my struggles. Like, I tried to not talk about that, and I tried to just fit in and assimilate. And that's always painful when you try and assimilate, but that's just the journey of a young person, right? You only can come into yourself once you've had life knock you down a few times. And you know, and I kind of like, when I got knocked down, I got up and I'm like, no, this is not who I am. Who am I? Like, you know, what's my story? Why am I not sharing my story? And, you know, this, one of my first poems that I ever did was a poem called Fade to White. And it was about me getting bleached when I was a kid, like, you know, all through from when I was 6 to like to my teenage years. And I shared that story, and that was like the first portal to like breaking free, and you know, and having my voice be out there to share like these are the struggles of other people in our community. And just by that one poem, I was asked to speak to, you know, an event with like teenagers that have just arrived, you know, or have other girls from my background say like, hey, that happened to me too, and I was never feeling like I can speak about it, you know. So like, I guess my activism happened by accident, you know. I just share that one story, and then people coming up to me and say, hey, can you speak to other young people that are like you know. And in that process, I was able to finally meet other people in the community that felt strongly about giving voices to minority groups.
Wow. It sounds like it sounds like your activism happened by activating yourself in a way, you know,
Yes.
like shedding, um, like just letting go and surrendering to your own story, to telling your story, and
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
your activism emerged from that. That's really beautiful.
Yeah, because at first it's a personalized story about me being an Indian girl, and you know, with the background that I come from. But actually, when you strip down the layers, you know, everyone has that story of not belonging, and the story of being shamed. You know, the story of being brutalized for being who you are in whatever different ways. You know, like you in a domestic violence situation, or in a, you know, getting bullied at school situation, or in a, you know, feeling getting racist attacks. Like, you know, there's like a common thread of like deep human wounding, you know.
Yes.
And in me exploring that in myself, I felt like I was getting emails from other girls, and I was just feeling like, man, people really need to hear me share my story, so that they don't feel so alone in their experience. And in that process, I just was able to unlock my own creative. I never thought I was a creative person, but in just peeling the layers, I realized that we are all creative people, and that has also been my passion and my purpose, is to help other people access that in themselves as well, especially young people.
Yes. Sihita, thank you so much for coming today. You know, your
Mm.
music and your poetry brings a lot of joy and empowerment to people. And I think, you know, my closing question would be, you know, as you speak about empowering youth, if you were to speak to all of the youth in the world today struggling now, it was already difficult to be a youth and to grow and to come of
Yeah.
age and maybe to get your first job and to you know leave your family home, and now we have this over layer of this COVID pandemic which has made things so much more complicated. You know,
Yeah.
what would you say to them?
Wow. I mean, to strip it back to the basics, to the simplest way, it's who makes you feel good in your life? You know what I mean? Who makes you feel like you are amazing, and that you matter, and that you have so much potential? Like, who are those people? You know, because your body knows, you know, who are those people that make you feel expansive, and who are those people that make you feel uncomfortable, and that you have to change in some way. You know, just pay attention to your body, and 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 how your heart flutters, or how your heart feels around certain people, and then just make sure that you surround yourself with that. Yeah, I think, you know, with teenagers, you just think you have to be with people that are cool, or
Right.
you know, and now more so than ever, you need to just gather tribe. You know, yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your time and your wisdom and your poetry and your song. And I just appreciate you so much.
Thank
That
you
you feel
so much, Lindsay.
yeah, and
Oh,
look
I'm
at
feeling the love.
My mind.
Mind hugs.
Yes. Skahita, on your journey forward, please know that us here at the Eco Conscious Music Alliance want to be of service to you. So, as you're moving through these new times and working on new projects, if there's anything that we can do to support you, call on us. We are here. We want to help. That's, our platform is to take music to activism, and we're an alliance. So we want to work with people and support your visions and community change making work. So we're here for you. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you. Bless. Big
And much
love.
family. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Bye.
Bye. She's really amazing. Well, we have got some beautiful videos from our sponsors and our co-creator partners, and we will be right back. Thank you.
The best thing about music is that it is the commonality that brings people together.
Humans of the world combine. Oh, the trees are dancing intertwine. Oh, the seas are singing secrets I will never tell no one. Together
But the most powerful ways to transform our society are those that are deeply embedded in joy, generosity, and our visions for how we want to live.
We're catalyzing our ability to move through this pivotal moment on Earth.
We can develop a story of sustainability that's based on a meta vision that will lead us to our highest aspirations and the highest ways in which we can connect with ourselves and connect with each other.
The sound of human spirit made manifest in human conversation.
I would say the benefit is that you start coming home to yourself, coming home to each other, and coming home to the planet.
I told you she was amazing. Isn't she amazing? All weekend because my throat is tired and I'm tired and my desk is a mess and everything, so but it feels good. It feels good. This weekend for the past 8 years I've been at the California Roots Festival with a huge family, and so it's been a real blessing to be both part of their virtual event and the One Earth Live event with the Eco Conscious Music Alliance stage. What a blessing to have all this connection for the weekend. Again and again throughout our stage for the weekend, what I heard so much from the humans that we talked to was that connection and hope are so important to the human spirit, even especially during these times, and how this hope never needs to be dismissive of hardship and of difficulty and of real struggle, that they can coexist and that they need to coexist in order for us to figure out a way forward from a wounded place, from a place where people aren't getting what they need, from a place where people are disrespected for where they come from or how they look or what they have or what they don't have. So I think that's, for me, what I will take away from this weekend the most is that hope is essential.
I really appreciated that, and that spark of hope within that's catalyzed by music. That's like, that ember that's being fanned to keep us bright in that flame of love that we share. I heard from so many people across the world, and from all different cultures and all different backgrounds who visited with us, talking about music activating us. And we've been talking a lot about, what is activism? For us, it's a lot more about holding seeds than holding signs, although we do the signs too, but it's really about it's proactive, creating the world that we want to live in, that we want to share with others, that's just and equitable and sustainable and regenerative. And that place of activation, right, where activism starts, that activation that's catalyzed by music starts within. It starts within, in the deepest parts of ourselves, and then moves out into our sharing in the world, whether that's online and connecting with a global community online, whether that's in person, whether that's growing food and sharing it with our communities, and just staying connected. How important it is to stay connected. The illusion that we're like separate in our sheltering in place is totally fictitious. We're completely connected. Mm-hmm. And our social ecology is really important. We talk a lot about environmental ecology, and we understand these concepts that we are part of an ecosystem, that where we live, right? It's raining here. That rain is affecting me. I am part of the ecosystem where I live. We're also part of a human ecology, and we can't exist separately. It's literally not possible. And how do we move with the wholeness and continuity, bringing coherence and wellness into our human ecology during these times? Well, we move from love. And we started with love is action. and one love in action. And we are right there as we're getting ready to close, that we're inviting everyone to really feel that love and bring it into action, that creative action, that co-creative space where we can get real tangible and real with each other and grow a thriving world for all. And Ima is very excited to be a part of that. Do you want to speak to that, Lindsay?
I want to speak about some actions that we want you listening to us right now, or whenever you're listening to this, because it will be saved on our Facebook, because technology can be really cool. We want you to take some actions. The first action we want you to take is to make sure that you like the Eco Conscious Music Alliance on Facebook and on Instagram, so you can be alerted to what we have going on. And some of the things that we have going on in June, we're going to be doing our monthly global action concert on June 21st, and you can RSVP to that event right on our Facebook. We're going to be involved with the International Children's Month and some other incredible co-creators of Peace on Earth and Love in Action. So please join us and RSVP for that event. We also want to know what's in your heart. What is your heart song? What is your vision for the future? What is your vision for your community? What does your community need? The Eco Conscious Music Alliance is not here to tell you what to do. We're here to partner with you. We're here to listen. We're here to help you distill your vision. So reach out to us. You can send us a Facebook post. You can send us a message on Instagram. You can go to ema.earth, ema.earth. That's our website. You can send us a message through there. We are eager to speak with you and to help you create community sustainability projects in your EMA hubs around the globe. We also would be honored to have a donation from you, whether that is your time and energy. We love to work with volunteers. We have a very strong internship program. In fact, we're going to talk a little bit later when we thank our team about the interns who really, we couldn't have done this without that amazing volunteer intern power. So, if you want to create a sustainability project, or if you just want to hop on board and help us do what we're doing, come and join us. Come and join us. We are excited to meet you. We are excited to work with you. And if you have money to donate, you can do that in two ways. You can visit the One Earth Live website and go to their donation page. And for artists, you type in Eco Conscious Music Alliance or EMA. We are a nonprofit. You can hook us up. We do good stuff. Or you can also visit our website, which is ema.earth. And you can you can only go to
later. Yes. For this stream,
we go to One Earth.
For this stream, go to One Earth Live. Later, come visit us on the website. But for this stream, come to One Earth Live. I think we have a QR code that's maybe up today that also leads to the One Earth Live portal for donation. Later, come see us on our website. And by all means, sign up on our website at ema.earth to keep in touch and connect in with us that way.
Yes, and so we have many people to thank, but first, Lisa is going to share a water blessing with us as we come to a close here. And then we'll be back to share our thanks with everybody. And it's been such an honor to share this time and space with you all weekend.
Thank you, Lindsay. What a joy to connect with you here. So grateful for every word and feel your love. Well, wherever you are on the planet, I hope today that you have access to water. And I want to acknowledge that while we're about to do a water blessing together, that there are people all over the world who don't have access to water. And one of the ways that we can support each other in having clean water for all people and all our relations is to be mindful of how we use water, how we interact with water, know your watershed, and care for your water with your daily choices, with your daily actions, because water is life. And without service and reverence for the water and protection for the water, there is no other conversation. So we want to give honor to the water as first medicine. And as we're moving from a space of music, we know that the waters of the world, which are all one water, right? The water that is flowing in the rain that's outside me right now. It's pouring. There's been lots of thunder and the lights have been flickering during the stream. That water is the same water that's flowing through our bodies, that's flowing through our blood, that's flowing through the rivers, that's in the clouds, that's in the ocean, that's in the plants, that's in the animals, that's in every creature that ever lived and everyone that ever will be. And all the one-legged plant people, that we are literally this one body of earth, and what unites us and gives us life and animates us into creation here is this water. And so I want to invite you, wherever you are, if you're able to reach for some water to hold right now. And that can be a cup of water, that can be whatever you've got accessible. And if you don't have it accessible, I'll invite you to just hold in your hands and visualize those waters of the world, because we're mostly made of water anyway. We are the water, right? That water is us already. So as we hold this water, breathe deeply. We breathe deeply and we feel the heartbeat of creation flowing through us, the heartbeat, the music of the earth pulsating through our hearts as our blood, the waters of life flow through us. With every heartbeat, the waters of our body are awakening. The waters of our body are awakening to the life force flowing through us. And as our hearts awaken, we remember ourselves whole. We remember the wholeness of our one being, this one earth that we are. And with this music of life flowing through the waters of our body, our one body, we come into connection with the love within and all around us. I'm going to invite you to breathe into that love. Breathing in love, breathing out love. Notice what it feels like for you. Tender and soft, passionate and powerful, healing and wise, ancient and ever new, fresh and clear, cleansing. This healing first medicine water. And I want to invite you to hold the water. And in your hands, which are resonating with the waters of all life, right? The waters of the world are flowing through our blood. We are all of creation connected as we hold sacred this water. I'm going to invite you to envision, to pour in your love with each heartbeat, waking up the waters of our body with living love. With each heartbeat, waking up the waters we hold with living love, that the water is awakening us as it flows through our body so that we can be in service to the waters of our world. And breathing love into the water, feeling the life force, the love flow streaming through. We activate where the water is charging us, and we are charging this water with pure love, with pure light. And holding this water, we imagine all of the earth, all of the waters of the world being uplifted in this resonance of love. And knowing that we are one earth, we're going to take in this water into our body and feel that transformation of giving love, of receiving love, and of being love, our natural state of being. And in this space, the waters of the world unite us here and now in love, in healing, in hope, in harmony. Drink deep. Thank you, water. Blessed be the waters of the living earth. Blessed be the one earth that we are. Blessings to the people across all lands, and deep love blessings to you.
Thank you so much, Lisa. There are a few more people whose names I want to thank. Starting, Lisa, with you. Thank you so much for your vision and your hard work on this Eco-Conscious Music Alliance project. I want to thank Chris Decker for bringing us into the One Earth Live Festival and for his huge change making and visioning and his big thinking. I just really appreciate where you go with things, and thank you for bringing us along with you. I want to thank
Really, I want to acknowledge also Chris Decker's mentorship and support of the Eco-Conscious Music Alliance since its inception. And he has been uplifting and supporting us in just very, very profound ways. And we're deeply, deeply grateful. Look forward to lots of co-creation.
Thank you, Chris. I also want to thank Mel Gibson for her wondrous organization and connection this week, getting us connected with incredible artists to grace our stage. Emilio Lopez for all of the technological help in getting things orchestrated. And to our EMA crew, Mike Molta from Creative Minds Audiovisual. Get your face in here, Mike. Mike is amazing because he's like calm and grounded, and you don't realize he's doing 300 things at a time, because when you're talking to him and explaining what you need, he's like really focused on you. And as I've gotten to know him over this past month that we've been working together, I'm just really blown away by his professionalism and his willingness to come to the table. So if you need help with your any type of event, Creative Minds Audiovisual is an event producing company and event production company, but with a specific expertise in online streaming and tech issues. So here's Mike. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you so much. Taylor, can you get your face in here too? Or do you want to pop your face in here too? Taylor.
So I want to acknowledge Taylor Marks, who has been just amazingly generous with her time and talents to make the Eco-Conscious Music Alliance possible, to make this event possible, to make the Sustainable Living Guide possible. She's actually part of our core team from the Sustainable Living Guide, and she's our production manager for our online classes and ever so much more. And she brought in her tremendous, tremendous talents to this project and has really made it possible with her grounded clarity, her attention to detail, her ability to do anything. I want to create this. And she'll go, I can do that, or I'll figure out how to do that. And every single time she does, and we've been working together for a year, and I vision pretty big. And so that's a big ask. And every single time she's got it dialed. The woman is magic. I could not be more grateful. Thank you, Taylor.
Yes, thank you, Taylor. You'll notice behind Mike, there is a flyer for a fantastic after party that is going on as he ducks out of the way. So starting here in just a few minutes, we're going to wrap up so that all of you can head on over to the after party. Creative Minds and Eco-Conscious Music Alliance are presenting the One Earth Live after party. And tonight, you are blessed with 3 incredible sets from Clinton Farron, who most of you know, and if you don't, you really got to get yourself over there, from J. Ross Pirelli, who we met with today, working with the youth. She's an incredible sultry songstress. So head on over. She's also an amazing lyricist. So just get over there to her set. And then DJ Latest, if you don't know DJ Latest, she has got this Latin flair, and she DJs and she moves, and you can't sit still when she's DJing. So this will be a really amazing after party, and you can find the after party stream in 3 places. You can find it on the actually probably 4 places or 5, but I know about at least 3. The Eco Conscious Music Alliance Facebook page. You can find it on How Live TV, howlive.tv. Mike, help me out. Howlive.tv. Okay, I knew the com was not in there. Howlive.tv, which is an incredible platform. There's a lot of really good stuff going on there, and you can ask Mike how to interface with them as well. And you can also find that stream as well as other amazing content from the whole weekend at the One Earth Live Festival website. So thank you so much. We also want to mention that Michael Franti wasn't able to make it tonight. But we are hoping to have an interview with him soon that we will post to our Facebook and our YouTube. So look forward to that upcoming. And we also want to thank our incredible interns. Lisa, did you want to give a shout out to our interns?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Our intern team has blown us away. They only recently started, and they have been rocking out graphics and social media and video production, and just learning new skills and utilizing their amazing creativity and willingness to co-create and just be, put in the water swimming. And it's been amazing to get to know them and to get to run with them on this project. And they work with our team on a lot of really juicy things. You'll be definitely hearing a lot more about them. And we are just so incredibly grateful to Hannah, to Kelsey, and to Alan. Appreciate you so much. We hope you had a fun weekend, and we look forward to much wonderful things to come. And I want to do a shout out to all of the musicians who made this event possible, and the music that made this event possible, the music that is the reason we come together, right? Uniting in music, arising in action. Every single musician who graced our stage today and yesterday and all around the world, we thank you, we love you, we bless you. We look forward to being in co-creation together. And may the music that is beating in all of our hearts keep our hope alive, keep our love bright, and we look forward to seeing you soon. From all of us at Eco Conscious Music Alliance, we send you love.